Here at the Municipal Office Complex, special meeting regarding budget. Do a pledge of allegiance. Thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody. Cindy, thank you so much for being here. Thank you all for being here on a lovely Saturday that we're expecting snow squalls, so we'll be able to watch from the window. It was like 60 degrees yesterday. Today, snow squalls, but...
Okay, Brian said it is recording, but our system is causing issues on the YouTube side.
Okay.
But it is recording.
Great. So I'm just going to turn it right over to Cindy to discuss shared services.
Okay.
And that is in one
Trying
of
to
these.
get it on the screen. This is definitely a technical difficulty day. Oh, there it went. Okay.
We have the shared services in one of our packets.
It was just given to you this morning.
The
Yeah.
new one. Okay.
So if you turn to page 6, I didn't do the 2022-23 service goals. I think, Irene, you and I have to work on that together. I wanted to make sure it was in keeping with what you wanted, but I think this is just Saturday difficulties. There we go. So there's a list of all of the positions in the department, how many hours they work per week. They're all non-union, and there's one elected official. And this year just indicated that we continue to support the town and school district in the areas of technology, facilities, and finance. In the budget this year was a 4th technology support person, which was put into place in the last couple of weeks. These 4 individuals assist over 250 school and town employees, over 900 students, and there's over 1,200 desktops and servers, 14 servers, et cetera, and they support employees on multiple levels in using technology for the town and the school district. So it's nice. The industry average, one of the reasons we added the different person is the industry average is like 200 to 300 machines a person, and our guys are at like 6. So it made sense to add the person. The next page, and I can see my columns are incorrect. I've got to fix that. There's a decrease in wages. We had some placeholders in wages with some new hires and some adjustments, so there's a slight decrease. There's an increase in elected officials. I'll correct the change columns. No change in travel reimbursement, no change in supplies, and no change in conferences. And there is a slight increase in the transfer to the technology fund. And it should say transfer to town technology, Board of Ed technology, and the maintenance fund. So in that big number of $737,000 is $55,000 to a maintenance fund for the town and $125,000 for a maintenance fund for the Board of Education. We've implemented those about 10 years ago, and I will build this up for Board of Finance with a detail for y'all. We did that about 10 years ago because the money gets deposited in, it doesn't lapse, it carries year to year. And if you recall back in the day, we used to go to town meeting for something broke for $180 or $1,800, and we'd go to town meeting and make a special appropriation. This allows both the town and the Board of Ed to adapt to unplanned needs. Something breaks, you need, or an air conditioner dies somewhere, or we really need signage over here, or anything that's unplanned and not budgeted. And it works out well. And if you think about $55,000 for all the town buildings for unexpected repairs and $125,000 for the 3 schools for unexpected repairs, and that also includes our cemeteries and our fields and everything, it's really a nominal amount. In some years, the maintenance fund doesn't get used at all, and other years we barely make it through the year. So that's
So I have a question. This 55 and 125 is out of this 728,000? Okay,
And then
so
I'm going to walk
it
you,
does say transfer to town technology.
right, I have to correct that. I don't know why it's saying that.
So, okay.
Yeah,
That was
thank
my
you.
mistake, yeah.
And then I just want to pull up my notes for the rest of this. And then there's transfers over for technology. And the technology is, if I can get to my spreadsheet. It's the technology that runs all of the town departments. So for example, our tax system, our assessment system, our accounting system, the inventory system at the firehouse, it's GIS, it's ADP for payroll, it's an assortment of items. It's our firewalls, it's our internet, it's the library's online system for the library system.
Is it our website?
It's our website, it's ClearGov, it's, so quality data and vision, as I indicated. It's the CEN, because we participate in the CEN for our emergency network. And then, I am so sorry, I can't find what I'm looking for. And then on the Board of Ed side, it's software only related to the running of the schools. So if there's a software program being used in a world language class, that's in the Board of Ed budget. What's in the shared services budget for the Board of Ed, again, is just like us, internet, the Power School program, Parent Square, the software used in the guidance offices, in the libraries, in the library system. So anything that stretches across the whole school district to operate and supports them all is in that budget. So in this breakdown of 737,000, 320,000 is school technology. And then the rest is the town's technology. I had prepared a worksheet that I was hoping to show you all, and I can't find it. I will get that to you. But it's, when we began this whole process, it started back in like 2013, after the middle school was built. And then we had this enormous budget request because all the technology aged at once. So the thought was we start putting away money towards technology that's non-lapsing. And in some years, we don't use it all because we're planning for greater purchases down the road. It's back to that whole philosophy of a flat funding and being prepared for what comes our way. So there is 283,000 in there for town technology. And I will be happy to share with you the detailed worksheet when I locate it.
Any idea what's expended thus far this year in regards to this?
As far as the maintenance fund, it's doing well. As far as technology, we're spending it. The detail is, hang on. This is annoying me. I can give you all an update on that, and I'll keep looking for it as we work. But we were on track. So the money does roll year to year. So sometimes you'll see in hardware we haven't spent anything, but we know then the following year we're replacing a bunch of computers. Because this is also where all of the laptops, computers, every device you see here is paid for, is out of this budget. And one of the reasons it was also started was not just to make sure there was funding in place, But there's a thing called minimum budget requirement with Board of Eds. And what minimum budget requirement is we can't cut the Board of Ed budget except for very few exceptions. So by moving this huge piece of expenditure out of their budget, we don't have this huge MBR.
Yeah.
It gets reported as an in-kind in our state reporting, but it's it really lowers our MBR, and it's really hard to get your MBR lowered. Irene and I were at a meeting just 2 weeks ago, and former First Selectman Mark Walter got up and talked about the community he works in now. And with MBR, they had a special needs student who aged out, and they went to the Commissioner of Education, who would not let them cut their budget, even though they weren't paying this bill anymore. So that's where MBR is critical. And this, when the town put this in place, I think it was quite brilliant, because it doesn't build us on this bigger and bigger number we can never go back on.
So maybe you just answered my question that I was thinking of. So, and forgive my ignorance on this part. Is this over and above both budgets, Board of Education, Board of Selectmen?
Mm-hmm. It's an additional
So it's
component.
all separate. So when the Board of Ed comes in for their budget, all of the same items would be in their budget?
No, they're not. They're not in the town budget. They're not in the Board of Ed budget. They're in the shared services budget.
Okay.
It's basically a third budget.
So I guess that's maybe what I'm asking. And this is, I guess, for layman's term, contingency fund?
No. It's this is how we pay for the technology that runs the town and the school district.
I guess maybe I'm going back to the maintenance
The
side.
maintenance is contingency, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right.
And the Board of Ed shared services request did not increase at all. The slight changes to shared services were that we could reduce wages, and that I did have to up the town technology just slightly. I went through and worked on actuals and projections and added a 5% increase for next year on some things. And that's where I made those adjustments. And I'm just looking to see, the total request for shared services is actually down by 13,000.
So again, staffing, that is here and solely here. Okay.
Correct.
All right, so let me ask this before I forget. This new HR director. I think the last time we discussed, we're not getting buy-in from BOE.
I can't speak to that.
So,
My understanding is that at this time, they are not interested in having HR for them.
so then that wouldn't really be in here, that position, technically.
I think when the dust settles and whatever happens, then you might want to look at separate budgets. But right now, for planning purposes, this is where it was residing, and I left it there. You certainly can adjust it as the process moves forward, and the Board of Finance can adjust if need be.
Yeah, I'm hoping that there's going to be another conversation in regards to both finance director and human resources director. So we're trying to get that set up so that we can get an understanding of where they're at and what they're deciding or thinking, or so
That'll,
they're still figuring it out, but I'm
For me,
trying
that'll
to
be a-
move along.
yeah, that'll be a point
Okay.
for me.
But for now, that's where it was. I didn't want to go juggling things all around and really have no input on it. So when you tell me where you want it to land, I'll create it.
I don't think we'll know.
Be happy to. So then the next budget is interfund transfers. You can read the narrative at some point, but I can walk you through page 9. Let me just page down. Interfund transfers are monies that come in or out. So we'll start with the expenditure piece. The first item is the capital project savings, which you see increasing by $191,157. One of the things that we do as a town when we set up and prepared for this building and the other buildings is we set up this capital project savings plan. And the town took $2.5 million we had in reserves, put it over there, and then the plan was, as we retired debt, what's left goes into here. So they did a threshold of $2.3 million. And as we paid down debt, the difference went into this fund to pay for those 4 projects. So as you look at the debt service schedule, the only debt that's counted as our debt reduces is the debt not in those 4 projects. So there was debt for open space from 2013, and there was debt from the 4 through 8 middle school and open space from 2008, which are being paid down. The difference in those 2 notes from last year to this year, or this year to next year, is $91,157. Now you can see the increase is $191,157. Working with our municipal advisor, when we did the approval for the envelope at the elementary school, he said increase your contribution by $70,000 a year. So we did. In preparation for the athletics complex, should it be approved, I increased that transfer by $100,000. I will be meeting with the chairman of the Board of Finance and the financial advisor on Monday to get Tracy on board with the financing and to have him start to run different scenarios. So this number could change, but want to get it out there that if we're going to continue with this prudent savings plan, you do have to add some more money to it. So that's the change for that. And next year, the difference is $117,000. And when you go out, when those notes get paid off, in 7 years, the debt's going to drop by almost $900,000. In the capital project savings plan, some years it might go a little negative, but then it comes right back up. So Bill Lindsay, who's a financial advisor, as the town chooses to move forward with the athletics complex, will come before all of you and explain all of that and put the modeling out there. And when you go to public hearing, he comes to the public hearings and walks everybody through because he's far better at it than any of us could be. And that's his language. And he does a very good job at it. The next item, we used to do the reserving for the ambulance. I didn't put anything in at this point. And again, this is the discussion for the boards. Reval, I upped by $5,000 because the next reval is a full reval. Fire apparatus, I've left it $100,000 right now. We haven't had a really lengthy capital discussion, so that may need to be adjusted based on the capital plan, but to just put it out there. Education.
That's a question about that, just because when we say fire apparatus, is that all things fire, or is that specifically vehicles, boats?
All things fire.
All things.
That's
fire.
how the fire that's how the fireboat was bought. That's how the fire marshal's truck was bought. That's how 2 trucks are being bought this year. It's fire apparatus. We can change it to fire department, but basically it's all things fire.
But could it be building 2 or no?
Yes, and it has been in the past.
Okay.
And then education, we had a resolve of $100,000 a year, and last year for this current budget year we didn't do it because they had some surplus, but to just put it back out for next year. So part of the education reserves is, except for this current fiscal year, the town for over a decade has put $100,000 in, and then when the Board of Ed closes their books, what's ever left after the audit goes in as well. And that's enabled the town to do the high school roof, to do some funding, to do the additional cost of the oil tank, to do, drawing a blank. We have done so many things with this fund. And for 2023, all of the Board of Ed capital is coming from that reserve fund. That's how much was in there. There's hundreds, there's like $600,000-700,000 in there. So just to maybe go back to that. And then coming down, transfer to capital projects, grant funds. This is LoSiP and TAR receipts, and we move it over to do roads.
Okay, so never heard that term before, so that's again what?
LoSiP, and we'll walk through it again, Eric.
Okay.
LoSiP is local capital improvements,
Okay.
and TAR is Town Aid Road. And there are very specific requirements on expending it. So one of the things when, in really lean years, when we're starting to cut capital and stuff, we have to be very careful. We've budgeted to correspond with those grants, or we're not eligible for those grants. So we've been, for close to 10 years, taking that money meant for road and infrastructure and public works, and taking what we receive from the state and moving it to our capital projects fund to help support some of those projects. And then the next line, I just put in what was last year, and this was taxation for capital. Again, we haven't had a discussion, but it gives a placeholder, because in a few, we'll look at some other schedules, just to give you all a feel of where you might be. But definitely, there has to be a capital conversation.
I don't see that on our,
Transfer to capital projects, general fund, page
Oh.
9.
sorry.
Yep, so that general fund is taxation. And then if you turn to page 10, when you have time, read about some of the sources of these funds, because the town of East Haddam is an anomaly
Yeah.
in money from Ray School, and Palmer, and Helan Cone, and Purple. Other communities don't have these funds that help support the operations. So on page 11, this is interfund transfers coming in to help pay for things. The first line is reliance on fund balance. In this year's budget, the Board of Finance last year put in 1.1 million of fund balance. Come March, when they're looking to set their budget and what the mill rate will be, I will be taking a forecast of the first 8-9 months of the year and projecting how much of that fund balance they'll actually draw down. In 2020, they budgeted 300 and something thousand, and in 2021, 500 and something thousand in fund balance use, and we didn't use it. So that's why they felt comfortable about putting it a little higher for the current fiscal year. The only problem with that is it creates a shelf or a cliff. So I would think they're going to have something in there, because if the resolve is to start coming off it or use the same, that's a decision they'll make. Board of Finance policy states the undesignated fund balance, and that means funds that have not been planned, or the general fund balance should be 8 to 15% of our budget. At the close of fiscal year 2021, it was 16.8, and at 2020, it was 16.9. So that's the other reason they feel comfortable using some of the fund balance, because it's very healthy. And well beyond your policy. And back to a question Eric had last week. When Governor Malloy was here, he was eyeing those fund balances very closely, because the towns were performing much better than the state. So the Board of Finance, at one point when he was doing that, was discussing just moving everything over to reserve funds and then drawing on it as they needed. But that's their just planning and discretion. The next item is Ray School. I consistently budget around 205. Last 2 years it's been about 204. And the Ray School, this is the portion that they contribute to help offset salaries. So this is offset salaries for technology and teaching positions, and some, they call it bookkeeping, but the financial assistance provided by the Board of Ed office in paying bills and assisting them in school purchases. And then the next one is the Palmer Fund. This is for public works. It's targeted for public works. Folklore or reality, I don't know, is that Mr. Palmer's wife was broke down in a snowstorm, and one of our public works guys helped her out. So he gave the town 20 shares of IBM in 1952 to be held for 10 years. And the fund now is riding around 700,000-800,000, with distributing us 30-something thousand a year. It's amazing. And then the next one is Purple Fund. And my budgeted versus change columns on both my sheets are wrong. I'll correct them. Oh, Helon Cone, yes. Helon Cone is a fund that we get a certain distribution of. We don't manage the fund. It's not on our books, but we get money from them every year. And it also is targeted for education. And then Purple Fund, Albert E. Purple. Tim Cahill a few years ago did a graph for us that was amazing. This pays us, as you can see, 300 and something thousand a year. Both the Purple and Palmer are based on an investment plan of rolling quarters, et cetera, et cetera. The Purple Fund at the end of last year was writing close to $10 million, and it's distributed over $3 million, or close to $4 million to the town in that same time.
And that's also education.
Correct. And if you recall, there was a distribution of $100,000 from the Purple Fund to help with the athletics complex, because the Purple Fund is actually specifically stated for the high school. And then the next one, transferred in from reserves for capital projects. We talked about what we were putting in each year. This is what's coming out towards debt service, is 1.6 million. And I apologize that my formulas are incorrect in the other two columns. I will correct those for you. But it's a slight decrease. And then we had last year taken the money from the ambulance reserves and brought it into the town. And we won't do that again this year because there isn't any. So that's the interfund transfers. It's the money we put out to funds and the money we take in from funds.
You know that LoCIP includes tree cutting now?
They do.
I learned that like 3 weeks ago, so I was like, oh, okay, we won't.
So we budget LoCIP for capital, but
if there's ever a year where we're like,
yeah, but you have to, with LoCIP, lots of towns specify projects. We don't. We just ensure that our spending adheres to that. So there have been years where even though the money's transferred to capital, I've shown that we've done trees. I just have to show we've spent the money in accordance with the grant. They don't care what fund we put it in. They just want to know we spent it appropriately. Yes, and I have used it for trees because it's an easy one. It's one big project.
right,
And it's done.
200, yeah.
It's done. So, and then Town Aid Road, we bring it to capital, but it could be used for snow plowing and sand and salt. But we try to focus it on infrastructure and capital and not just operational. So one thing I did for you guys that I thought would be easier, because when Irene and I first started reviewing the budgets, I had exported from ClearGov. So this is each budget page by page, and we can walk through and look at their expenditures and revenues. And then if you are looking to make adjustments, I can mark it up on here and put it into ClearGov for later. And then any questions you have, certainly note that to walk through that. But before that, I guess there was discussion on reval at one of your meetings this past week. I think you've met every day.
Yeah, I think I was just, checking on the numbers again, and I was in there talking to Irene, and I had asked her if we knew, and then there was something about they had to readjust the motor vehicle number, so they did that, and then this is just the final number. So our grand list has increased by 3.15%.
Which, in my time here, that was the largest grand list growth ever. One of the conversations I had with Irene, too, was motor vehicles, because people are concerned it might be a bubble. She doesn't believe it will be. She believes it will be fine. Because prices are up and there's a shortage. I mean, I just got my supplemental tax bill and paid it last month for my new car. It was high. It was a shocker. So the only thing that concerns me here, and it might play out as we go down the road is if the legislature does act on them 29 mils for cars, because that would be a calculation of what we would lose versus what we would receive. Because I think the grant to us was 200,000 to 300,000, and I think we would lose more than that. And that's a calculation that needs to be made. And on my list of things to ask Irene and Denise about that, let's do some apples to apples, because I think that could impact us.
Right.
Because they're using the 2020 grand list for motor vehicles for
Probably.
those calculations.
And not to be, state rep, state employee, I don't trust the state when they say they're going to do anything for us.
Right.
Because just like municipal revenue sharing, we're going to give you all this money, and last year was $1,696. I mean, and we have to go through this whole grant thing to prove that we're within the minimum, what is it? Expenditure, I forget the report. It's like I spent a half a day on this stupid report so we can get $1,696. So I just don't trust the state. The track record has not been stellar.
Yep.
But had a nice chat with Irene, and that's the info she had.
Yeah.
Understood.
Because I don't do these kind of calculations.
Come on.
I stay away from these calculations.
I guess, trying to think about what the next moving forward is. Like, we could walk through this line by line. I guess it might be helpful to just know where we are. Like, how much has the overall budget operating side increased? Because, like, we're in the I think I say this
What
every
you're
year.
asking for is how much are we over budget?
I am in the trees right now, and I can't see the woods, and I think I say that every year, and
So,
I don't know if you feel the same way, but I'm like, there's a tree that costs $2,000, but I don't know what that did to the growth of the forest.
so right now, using that capital placeholder I told you about of the 157,000, not adding any new positions, not just as what you've reviewed, and taking Board of Ed out of the equation, the town is at an increase of $200,000 or 1.3%.
So you said that doesn't add new positions, but we do have a new part-time HR director at.
That's in the budget.
is
That's been the budget for 3 years.
Okay, that's,
We've
all
been
right.
budgeting for it.
But there was
We've been budgeting for it, we just
discussion
haven't-
about maybe other positions, and that has not been factored in.
Okay.
And then in fringe benefits, when that, if there's any position adjustments, we're gonna have to look at Medi and FICA and things to make slight adjustments. But this, I figured I can hand this out to each of you. This is without education, and again, the placeholder for capital. And maybe that's a quick discussion, is I have not totally analyzed capital yet, and I don't know if capital might be a better discussion with a joint meeting with the Board of Finance, where you all review it together. But this is the adjustments overall.
Which is what we did last year with capital.
Yeah,
Because it's
it's,
such a big conversation, and like the firehouse conversation, like
there's a lot of conversation there.
lots of conversations. Capital, that's
Get you, I got you.
And the other part of this equation, so when you turn, you'll see I left a blank number for taxes. But if local revenues, we're showing an increase of 109. And then $109,888.
no.
Largely due to town clerk fees and conveyance tax.
Yeah.
And I increased cell tower rentals because they've been coming in the 40,000s. I tend to be, some would call it overly conservative in revenue estimates. And the tax collector is saying, you know, another 2,000 in interest and penalties and probably another 9,000 suspense. So there's an increase there. If you come to intergovernmental revenues,
Can you just watch your
Yeah.
microphone because
yeah. If you come to intergovernmental revenues, the top one, when I built the budget, we were told we might get all this MRSA money again. And now they're saying we probably should take it out. So we may need to reduce that, or probably should. And then also, you know, a big change to note is in this year's budget, there's $227,000 of COVID money, which will go away. But the biggest shelf you have, even though your budget's minimally up, is the use of fund balance. And that's a decision of the Board of Finance. And they're the ones that project mill rate and whether you use fund balance or build up fund balance or what have you. So what I thought might be helpful is if you wanted to just walk through each of these sheets and to see if there's any changes or you want to make, additions, deletions, removals, whatever. And that way I can begin to work that up for you and then put together for your next meeting a good list of capital and where it stands. But I think that's a larger conversation because in that capital plan, the number's a really big nut. But you know you're going to have to bond for some. You know you're going to have some purple money fund for it. You know you're going to have some ARPA money. So to just be able to really evaluate and take the review of the capital improvements committee as far as buildings and grounds.
And with capital, we budget for the entire amount, even if we think that there might be reimbursements from.
We budget for the entire amount and show the revenue, different revenue sources, yes.
If we think there's any state
Right.
reimbursement.
Which raises a really good point.
HVAC stuff?
Yeah, which raises a really good point for Irene and Eric. If we were going to build a new school, which we don't need, but for example, and it's $50 million and we think we're getting $20 million in state reimbursement, the ballot question is $50 million. Because the town has to recognize that they're responsible for the full amount, even if they get, in case they don't get those proceeds, so that you always vote on the entire amount, because you're on the hook for it. Sometimes people get confused. We can't net it out.
Okay.
So did you want to just walk through this page by page?
Sure.
The first one's Board of Selectmen. My thing on here is the municipal revenue sharing account for 136. I think we need to remove that. Do you all agree for now?
Oh, for revenue, yeah.
Down at the bottom, sorry, revenue.
Yeah. Did OPM send out letters or did
CCM, I think, sent it out.
Oh,
I feel like that's still.
this 136 under
Yeah.
municipal revenue sharing account.
Yeah, they said, oh, we think we're going to do it, and then from CCM, we're hearing no. So we can leave it in and take it out later, or take it out now. Just a conversation for you all.
I mean, the intent of the legislature was for it to happen. I think there's conversations around the way the language is written. But
What do y'all think?
so annoying that this town budget and the state budget run concurrently. I know.
And they talk about changing our fiscal year, but they're still going to stretch it out to the end. I don't care what the term is.
No.
Yeah.
It's just confusing because there's conversations happening that we're trying to take into account while we're.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, Teresa probably has more insight into it than I do, just for the saying that you're on approach, so I honestly defer to you just because you might have just a sense. If we're up
mean,
to me,
this-
I would
this
say don't
sense-
count it, because we don't know if we're gonna get it.
Yeah.
But
That would be be on the conservative side and
I'd
budget.
rather be
Yeah,
on the
I
budget.
feel like I think it would be safer to probably budget, but the intent of the legislature was for it to be there. So that is the,
Well, pilot was supposed to be fully funded too.
yeah, and we don't really, that's not even a thing that's super, yeah.
Right.
So
impacts
remove
us.
it for now? Okay.
I'm of that.
Any other changes on that budget? Pretty straightforward. Wages and a cell phone, that's it. The only, I didn't see the look.
There's a person getting rid of homing pigeons on the buy nothing page. Maybe you could do
I could
that.
do
You
that.
Could get rid of the cell phone cost and we could have a homing pigeon.
Although I
line
have to
instead.
tell you, our eggs, our free eggs that we get every day are really not free. So the pigeons probably
Right.
cost an infrastructure as well. So I don't know if it's $20 a month, but it could very well be. Feed's getting expensive.
I mean, I think otherwise things
But
are
thanks
pretty
for thinking of it.
straightforward. Okay, Board of Finance. The only increase there, it went from a town clerk to the town clerk's preservation trust to a recording secretary, and a slight increase for the audit. And
Can I
again,
ask a question about the contingency fund that's on here?
Mhm.
What is that, what would be the contingencies that you could go after that for?
so the Board of
I know
Finance,
it's to their purview, but.
Board of Finance has a policy that the contingency is 0.5% to 1% of the general government operating budget. Really good examples of contingency were in last fiscal year when Chatham Health came to us and they had expended all that money during COVID, so a transfer from contingency happened. And then, and the other thing that
So
COVID.
Chatham Health, all the towns in Chatham Health gave extra money for
Yeah.
that, okay.
And then another one was the food bank during COVID and making the manager of the food bank a paid employee of Youth and Family. The Board of Finance allocated $7,800 over, I think it was $7,800 over to Youth and Family. So what happens is with their contingency, if they're using it in a year-to-date budget, it gets transferred out. So as they use it, it gets transferred out, and then it just goes away at year end as not used.
So that contingency fund changes,
As
it
it,
should always stay.
they've held at 90,000 for several years. And I think it's a critical thing to have in the budget. What I'm very pleased with and proud of the way we've done our budgets, the establishment, say, of the maintenance fund has really helped to have a better and more robust contingency fund because it's not getting nickeled and dimed. It's there for big stuff. And when it's not spent, it just goes back to the general fund. But in tight budgets, a good contingency fund is important.
And I asked you about a potential. For
Right.
This year, I did ask her about
Oh, okay.
OSHA.
Yeah, so for the OSHA,
That would be
So,
appropriate.
yeah, so our OSHA, just so you guys know, OSHA came in, you probably heard this, they came in and they inspected all of things. Literally a week before, Public Works had OSHA compliance guy coming in to work with them anyway, so it was kind of good and bad because he beat us by, or she beat us by a week. But in the meantime, the things that she cited us for, we have since taken care of a lot of it. And because we had a informal meeting with her, she kind of went through everything, told us what she found. So we're, working diligently on taking care of any of this and all of this. We just heard back from her, and we are getting fined for things that we were out of compliance. But we're supposed to have an informal meeting with her to possibly reduce our fines. Apparently our fines at this point is
$5,820.
so about $6,000. There is a possibility going through that hearing process that we can decrease that by almost 50%. But in the meantime, there are some things that we still have to do that are more costly than buying a new, fire extinguisher. So wiring for buildings and things like that we need to address. And so that's why we were asking about the contingency fund, as to whether or not that could help us to get back into, everything back into compliance.
And that's a perfect example of contingency fund use.
So that's why I asked. But now you all know what's going on there. And we'll know more.
Finance office changes are purely wages.
So this doesn't include the finance director because we haven't determined whether the finance
Right.
director is just us.
It's still insured services. If it changes, it'll
Fill
move
in
over.
Shared service, okay.
Assessor, I mean, this budget is dropped greatly because you have an interim assessor. And I guess the conversation that's going to happen down the road, and Irene is fabulous. She's absolutely fabulous, is how long she would like to continue this role, like forever, because she's really good. But that's just to put on your radar. And then she increased books and periodicals. I put it in the notes, what the need was.
How many hours for her?
She works 8+. It's a reval, so she will pick up some extra hours here and there.
I'm sorry, you said how many hours?
8+ a week.
8+ a week, gotcha. So 48 hours. So what are we considering a week?
No, 8 hours a week. She worked 1 day a week.
I'm not hearing, apparently.
Oh, and I'm looking at you like, what are you asking me?
One day.
One day.
One day a week and a little bit extra,
Sure.
like now because it's reval.
If she, if you
Might
send
be
her,
in it here a day and a half.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm also not looking at the breakdown and under the lines, I'm looking at, so, again, we go back to 15 hours for the HR person, and then I'm looking at $84,000 for 8 hours a week, and I'm going, having a heart attack.
no, there's
So
an
I'm
assistant
seeing
in
the
there.
breakout underneath that. Give me a minute, I'll,
You want the job, right? For 8 hours a
my
week.
mouth is moving before my eyes here, so, pardon me.
Understood. And then she reduced their copying fees under revenue, because it's just more to actual, and the tax relief numbers come directly from the state.
You guys had a question on that, on what those were when she wasn't here.
The tax relief?
Yeah. That was like circuit breaker and.
There's no more, well, there is
or
circuit breaker.
it's Whatever
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, there's the tax relief for disabled, there's the veterans tax relief, and there used to be circuit breaker, which is the really big one that the state stopped funding, but still requires us to do, which is the right thing, but that was like 70 grand a year that we absorbed 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay. Are you good on the numbers now?
The assessor? Yes, thank you.
Well,
Thank you for taking the time with me.
no worries, whatever it takes.
Board of Assessment Appeals is unchanged. Collector of Revenue. The yellow highlights mean they roll up to another number. And obviously the tax number is not complete, because that gets done. Once the budget's set and the revenues are set, that's the number that gets plugged. And then legal services is down 25,000 because of the amount of labor contracts. There's only one contract next year.
So these budgeted amounts, in comparison to what we've spent for planning and zoning and wetlands and zoning board of appeals and open space, all of those, we're budgeting for a lot more than what we've spent.
That's for last year, but some years they can really spike. So for instance, open space, if they really become serious about a parcel or there's an issue with planning and zoning, these amounts have been, some of them have been reduced over the years to get them down. And there's years they don't spend and there's years they go way over budget.
Is there a way that when we look at this budget, are we able to get from, for example, planning and zoning? I mean, I know things come up, intermittently, but in their future scope of work that they're working on currently, they'll know that, for example, we have the village thing coming at some point. So that's probably, something, those are projects that are coming up. I think open space, unless somebody shows up at their doorstep and says, here's a piece of parcel of property, they're anticipating projects and things they're working on. So all I'm suggesting is that when we look at something where we spent $379 and we're budgeting $6,000, that's a big nut to look at and say, maybe that's where we could reduce if we needed to. So I'm just asking the question as a general.
Yep.
That if we needed to cut, not that I'm looking to cut planning and zoning, just so you know, I'm just using that as an example, that when we see something that the actual and then the budgeted amount is so different, understandably things do come up, contingencies, but
No, we can ask
I would
Jim.
assume that these boards and commissions have a history. Well, they not only do they have a history, but I think that they're in conversations with things that they probably know that a project is coming. And to my point here, just to further reiterate, on planning and zoning, I imagine that with this village or with Brownell, because these are some big projects that are ahead of us, that I wouldn't touch that number.
Right.
But of these other boards and commissions and things, when we're doing something like that, and we see numbers like that, is that somewhere where we can get a little bit more history or clarification or maybe more from that board so that we have a general understanding that, oh, they do have something coming up and we shouldn't touch that one. Just throwing it out there.
No, I'll send Jim an email.
Okay.
One second.
I mean, I don't know who gave us those numbers. All those individual boards give us those numbers, or those are just in there from last time?
No, Jim submitted those numbers.
Okay, thanks.
Town clerk. The real increase in the town clerk's budget is the preservation surcharge. And that translates below because the more she records, the more money she spends, but the more money she brings in. So they offset one another. And this is the assistant town clerk budgeted at 35 hours a week, as requested.
So that includes her increase of hours.
Right. Well, it was increased in this year's budget, but some of it was funded from COVID dollars. So,
So we're taking this on,
yep.
okay, which we should.
And just, as a sidebar on like COVID and fund balance, if we're having a really good year and we don't need to use those planned COVID dollars, I wouldn't. If we get more revenue in, like we have FEMA money coming in we haven't budgeted for and things like that, that can help offset this so the COVID dollars can be used elsewhere or not pull down fund balance. So one-time revenue can help us there as well. And registrars, and not having been here for some of the presentations, they just increased based on the next election for absentee ballots. And their anticipation. And land uses, wages. They've increased engineer for planning and zoning and inland wetlands. I don't quite know what that was for. I imagine some of that might be because of the village. And then down where you see the $3,000 increase, that's to the state. So somewhat like the town clerk, he's increasing his expenses for some of this, but he's bringing in more money.
And Jim did say that the zoning legislation that was passed last year allows towns to assess a fee on developers for these kind of in-kind, or like these outside consulting costs. And basically how it works is the town can assess those costs to the developer. The developer has, and then you put it in an outside, like into like a little pot of money for that specific project, and then any leftover money goes back. So hopefully that will come down, but it's also, I feel like we need a year or two of seeing that in play to see how that actually works.
Now it all filters out.
Right, yeah. So hopefully we don't have to actually expend that money this year because
We
of
can,
that legislation that passed last year, but I think everyone's still learning how to do that.
How it works, yeah.
and here's the transfer to WPCA as well of $25,000 per year.
So on that WPCA, I don't know if it's ever been suggested before, but I'm gonna suggest it now. That WPCA should be with Public Works. I'm suggesting we transfer the whole activity to Public Works. Because I really feel like that's where it should reside, not under land use.
And how does that get facilitated? How do you switch that like that? Do you just, with a strike of a keystroke, or?
I would suggest if you're going to make any change of that magnitude, you discuss it with both department heads first.
Right.
Which we don't have a director of Public Works. So I'm suggesting we
have a super.
do, but no experience with
Yeah.
WPCA.
Right. I wonder if Kelly could give us some insight into that. I don't know. Anyway, okay. Well, we can certainly talk about that some more.
I'm sure it'll ruffle feathers, but that's my opinion.
The next one is ZBA unchanged.
Is that refi thing or ref thing in there?
That's a calculation error, is that correct?
Yeah, no problem. I just didn't know if it meant something that I should be aware of.
It means that there's some in the formula dividing by 0. You can't, and for some reason, when you divide by 0 in Excel, it won't return 0.
Got it.
It's a weird thing, yeah, but I could correct the formula. Probate is a placeholder. When will we get that? Oh, yeah.
That's Jason.
That's who?
It comes from Marlboro, and a lot of times we don't get it, get the budget figures
Yeah.
until we're into the Board of Finance section. A lot of times that comes in March. So I put a placeholder in, the guy did email us and said, he's looking that it might be kind of flat, but, there was no definite, let's see.
I put him
I
on
would
my,
expect something very close to level funded. So I just rounded it up to the 15,000 and I'm hoping for the best.
I'll put him on my email list.
Yeah, because he didn't email me, he emailed her.
He won't email Linda.
I'm too low.
Insurance, is up 1,000 for liability.
That's Karma?
Yep.
How much
That's
did
pretty good,
how
I'll
much
tell
do
you.
we get each year
Just
from
1,000.
Karma?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean,
Just
get?
1,000
The equity
increase.
distribution,
That's pretty good.
it
The
varies.
town.
Linda, the equity distribution is what, can run around anywhere from 10 to 15,000, and we allocate it between us and the Board of Ed. I think last year was even more.
Sometimes we got like up to
20,000, yeah.
24,000. And then we divide that, our allocation for insurance, 51% of it goes to Board of Ed, 49% goes to the town.
And here's another example of where the town and the Board of Ed have partnered. We did that in 2012. We each had policies with Kerma, and when we blended them into one, the initial savings was $70,000 or something like that. So this was one of the things we did together. Makes
Now,
sense.
when you read your narrative, we do have like a rate stabilization program. So they did like I think they said it was zero for, at this point, we've included a 0 rate increase from last year for workers' comp. But understanding when I say that, it's a 0 rate increase, but you do have an increase because your payrolls are going up 3%. So overall, instead of, saying a 2% rate increase and a 3% payroll increase, you're just doing the 3% payroll increase. Same with the liability auto property. They said it is a 0% this year for rate increase, but you do need to build in 5% to cover endorsements and deductibles. So that's kind of what I build in each year.
And we do well with Kerma.
I was gonna say, it's actually an astounding number to me, in a good way, with Karma.
And
The fact
what
that
you
we get
get,
the equity distribution.
for example, what
makes
you
it-
get from Kerma, like I was explaining we were talking about yesterday, our Kerma guy will come in at no cost to us and help us mitigate all this OSHA stuff as part of and they're gonna come in and they're gonna
Actually,
teach
Yeah.
3 classes
training they're doing
that
for
we
free.
need for OSHA, bloodborne pathogens, lockout, tagout, and hazard communications. That's all part of our expense. And the more we use them for classes, the more we get for our people out of our same dollar.
Town office building's down because of the removal of those phone lines.
So can we go visit that, the River House, and the annex? As I understand it, obviously, I would not suggest cutting the electricity, but I would suggest cutting the heat, removing the water on all buildings, and then also our monthly cleaning bill. So with just even the monthly cleaning bill, we should be able to save 12 grand over a year's time. And then with the fuel, the heating fuel for all of them, we should be able to, the electricity you can't cut because you still need to maintain your burglar alarm. So it still has to have electricity. But there's some dollars to be saved in buildings that we're not using. Not suggesting we take away everything, but you still have the lights to turn on if you're reviewing them or whatever, but to clean these things monthly. And again, I don't want to take away anybody's job, if
There's
you
no
will.
cleaning in this budget.
It's,
It's in another budget.
all right, it's another budget. So again, I see this, it's,
So, Linda, water sewer,
We have to pay that. That's our WPCA. Until we get rid of it.
that,
we're
I
responsible for
I
that.
understand that.
You know?
There's some hard costs, but, and again, excuse me for speaking out of turn on the cleaning part of it.
Yeah, no
but-
problem. We can cover that later.
for the town office building and River House and annex, do we have any requirements with our RFP at this point of any kind of maintenance
We
of
have to
those
keep,
structures?
well, according to the current RFP, we have to keep it up and we have to keep it broom swept and clean according to our RFP but
But my point is broom swept, how are they getting dirty? In other words, you know what I'm saying?
I'm all for that
Yeah.
piece. We had a conversation earlier and I'm all
We were
for
actually even talking about
certain-
alarming, like what are we
certain
alarming
reductions.
against, because we haven't had any issues.
So, again, the fire, I think we're only alarming it for fire, which is a
Fire,
smart
right.
thing to do. I mean, obviously, the burglar,
I think by
Nothing to
insurance,
steal.
we have to have that kind of a feature on buildings that they're still we're still insuring those buildings.
no argument.
Oh.
Absolutely no argument there. I just,
Occupied.
but the,
Can you turn, and this is just a stupid question that I don't know enough about, can you turn off water, or do you have to,
drain the lines, drain the
you
system.
drain the line? I mean, like, you know, we
We've done that, right?
winterize our boat, I mean, I
We,
understand that.
we have not drained the lines because, and Newt, chime in, please, if I'm speaking out of turn, but what happened before Newt got here is they, instead of draining, you know, they took the water out, but there was no way to get everything completely out of the lines, they said, the way everything goes, so they put antifreeze in. So there is no water there it's
So if we
antifreeze
turn,
in
my point
there.
is if we turn off the heat, nothing's gonna freeze
So
and break.
Again, we're,
So that would be,
you and I have discussed this, so we, again, we've already,
that'd be bigger than me.
It will, because, I mean, they can get the water out. We just have to spend some money to get the water out. You have to disconnect in the basement, put drains in, and drain the whole building down from the water. I'm sure there's probably still water in the traps for the sewer lines, which it can be cut and drained, and the water can be cut at the street with the shut-off valve. But, I mean, I guess we're still paying for it, which all that can be done, and the heat can be disconnected. But the power and fire alarm should definitely stay on.
it's more about the money you're gonna spend filling a tank up to run heat for,
Yeah,
For what?
and quite frankly, I don't know why, but it goes through phases down there. It burns more, and then it burns less. Burns more, burns less.
they're not the most efficient buildings
They're
to
not.
be heating
They're not.
as well. And
Yeah.
again, my point is, if there were people in them and they were being used for a certain use, then no argument there again.
Yeah.
The building maintenance, I mean, I totally understand your point about upkeeping, if it's in the, you know, as you cross over the bridge, it's in public, I get it. But there are certain costs that I don't see as being relevant.
It could be totally be shut off, and everything could be
Do
drained
we
100%.
have any idea what it costs to drain it all? Because obviously that's something that, I don't know, I have no idea.
There's gonna be just forced air, right? Just forced
Well,
air.
there would, I'm sure they would go in the basement and disconnect the sewers and the water lines and drain them all down. And, I mean, the water lines, the copper lines would be 100% drained out. That wouldn't be a major deal. The only thing that could happen, I guess, is any water stuck in the traps, but they can blow that out. I don't know.
But if it's shut off, the water shut off wherever it's coming in, even if a line burst because there was water left in it.
No, I get it, but that's, you know, and then if we get stuck with the building, if there's any lines bursting, that's gonna create problems down the road that we're gonna have to fix. So it'd be, an ideally, it would be clean 100%. You know, the water
No, I
would be
agree.
drained
No, that's the
100%.
right way of doing it,
Yeah.
yes.
But I think it's totally doable to do, to get it drained out. I mean, that would be a plumber who'd have to come down and do it, but price, I don't know, $1,000 maybe, I don't know, to do that. But it's definitely an avenue that can be looked at.
And there was previous thoughts on that, you know, if we don't sell to this person, we're still responsible for these buildings. So if we go in a different direction and you've cut this and cut this and cut this, will that create a problem? And the expansion and contraction of the windows was a big issue, if I remember, Cindy, when we were talking about doing this building and that becoming a problem. And until it's a definite decision on this building, do you bring it all the way down to 0 and then have a problem later? So that's why, and I'm only explaining that's why this direction was taken at that time. You guys do whatever you want.
Again, I'm as much talking it through as I am.
And I'm just giving you history, you know, is all, and what was said before. I would read maybe the letter of intent. I'm not sure how we have to keep the building. We have to be careful with insurance because currently we're not considering those buildings by insurance as
Vacant,
vacant.
and that's a
Because
big,
if
huge
you
difference in
consider the
insurance.
buildings as vacant, and when you shut the heat off, they're considered vacant, you have $50,000 deductible on your, if God forbid something ever happened to that building, you have a $50,000 deductible now instead of a $5,000 deductible.
Okay,
You know, so just
but it could,
keep, not that anything's ever gonna happen, but I'm just throwing out the
yeah,
what ifs.
All of
yeah, no,
the-
I get
You
it,
know,
I get it.
what
And
ifs,
again, that's,
you know.
it's
So that's why
information
the
that I don't
decision-
necessarily have either.
Right, that's why the decision here was made back, and the hope was we'd have already been divested of these buildings by now.
Listen,
That-
I don't
that-
fool myself to think I'm the smartest person in the room. I'm just going through,
Yeah, no, great questions and asking, gathering the information.
Yeah, so they were hoping we'd be free of these now, because as soon as, if the Centerbridge Group proposal goes through and all that happens, and they buy it effective, when they get their first building permit. Then the purchase and sale agreement would go through and they would buy it. Now, could that be 6 months from now? Could that be a year from now? Could that be, you know? That's the same dilemma that the boards were dealing with back 3 years ago when we moved here. You know, and we've done a little bit each year to bring it down a little bit more, and a little bit more, and a little bit more.
something to look at.
But I agree with the cleaning portion, that's, another budget can be reduced.
Again, I don't want to take any work away from him. I mean, because he does an excellent job in everything he does, but it's a cost that's,
Yeah, so,
it's $1,200 or whatever a month, and over 12 months.
well, we can deal with that when we get to that
Absolutely.
budget.
I think it's worth looking at, and I
Yeah.
think all the associated costs, including insurance, we should look at, and we should start weighing it, because you're right. I mean, these are unused buildings, and if we can reduce costs, if we're spending money for the sake of spending money, we shouldn't be doing that.
And
It's
the,
not our job to do
and
that.
unfortunately, these aren't probably going to be in order, but is it $3,000 per building for the heating fuel? So there's another 10, you know.
Well, it was less. Now, we had to put a placeholder in for fuel because fuel's going up. Like, if you look at last year, it wasn't that. We put in a $3
Right.
placeholder for fuel.
Right. So again, I think this is what Irene's talking about when we talked about the attorney's fees and whatnot. You put a number in, and we're if it's just a round number, we're not budgeting.
Well, we
It's
don't know what our
I know
amount is.
exactly what you're saying, but it's like this is where actuals come in. If you see a lot more actuals, then we have a better idea of what we're budgeting to. So
Sure.
again, it just
Well,
looks.
what I'll tell you, you want to see actuals, I do a fuel analysis for every building. I tell you how much propane is used, how many gallons were used, how much per gallon it was charged. And that's kind of where I look at my figures from, because I really have to go with how many gallons a year are we using for propane and fuel oil. And then you look at what your price is at that current year. So
What do
that's
you have for the heat?
that's
on
how
the-
I figure. So when you look at fuel oil for the town office building, last year, that's 18, 19, 17.
It was 1288. We have the actual, but we don't know where we are right now. Year to date.
Okay, 1920, I should have one more. Here it is. Here's the one I want. Okay, so for 21, 22, 20 to 21, the gallonage we used at the town office building was a little less. It was $6.60 for gallonage. This year so far, as of the November is when I did this, was $1.53. So we probably could go down a little bit on that one.
And
But I budgeted it at $3, but what are we doing how did we leave off with Dime and Dutch and all that?
We're
And that
watching
consortium.
the prices.
Linda, just to go back to your 660 figure,
Yeah, we could probably
that's-
come down a
Just
little
so I
on
know,
that.
that's 20 to 21, right? And were
20
we,
to 21,
when did we move here? I know you were just talking about the fact that tomorrow's the anniversary. Was it
Correct.
3 years that we were here?
2018 we moved here.
Okay, so 20 to 21 is
20 to 21 was
is a
that?
vacant year.
Let's see, 19 to 20, we used 1,155 gallons.
Okay, and this year so far
And the
we've
year, and
used-
18 to 19, when we weren't there very much, we used 1,174 gallons.
Okay,
This year, we're down 660.
no, this year is 20 to 21.
Well, I mean, not this current year we're in, I don't have all the figure, I
Do
can't.
you have any idea what we are at this point this year?
Year to date, I only have as far as November 4th, which was 153 gallons. Because that's when I did the analysis, when I did the budget in
Again, I don't want to make a big,
So,
out of this.
I
This is a
mean,
placeholder. In
could
other
I
words, if
shave
we're
it
looking
down a
for,
little
if we're
bit?
looking for
Yeah.
dollars, then
Yeah.
let's,
I left it at 1,000 because we were at 1,100 for the prior 2 full years. We were at 1,100 plus at the prior 2 years, so that's why I left it at 1,000. Now, if you want me, I can shave that down a little bit if you want, I could try. I mean, it's gonna come in, what it's gonna come in. The River House was the most difficult to pinpoint because 1 year it's up and 1 year it was down and 1 year it was up and
Right, and the weather didn't so.
it's going to fluctuate. This is why I
reduced
said.
it.
But the point is that to Eric's point in all of these things is that, if we can't shave because we're overestimating,
Right.
then maybe we should look at our overestimations and bring them down a little bit so that we're not, I don't want to get to a point where we have to cut out something that we really do want because we're overestimating in other areas, and I guess that's your point.
I think it's, yes, I was just glomming on to what you said earlier. I'd like to cut the whole line, But again, these are small potatoes, but I just wanted to leave it as a placeholder
adds
to
up, though.
revisit when we get down to.
Well, like I say, if you
we're
wanted
already-
to cut it to 800 gallons, you look at it 2,400.
Mhm.
If you want to cut it to 600 gallons,
Are we making any cuts here?
I think it's a placeholder. Let's revisit these things and do them as line items so that we can look at the total package, if that's agreeable to everybody. So in other words, we do all of the buildings together, look at them as a unit, and then, right, is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how you guys have done this before, so let me ask a question, because we're nitpicking things right now. And that, which is fine, okay? We're going through this now, line by line. Is it expected of us right now, line by line, to start nitpicking and going to, or should we be coming back to this and doing this again?
You're gonna keep going through it till you're happy with a number.
Okay, so we are gonna look at it again and again and again.
In the next week, yeah.
Okay.
There's a,
you got a week.
well, you can go as far as the 28th in order for it to, the beauty of ClearGov is it's not the manual labor for me that it once was, so you have more time. But really by the 28th, so that things can get prepared for the Board of Finance for the 7th, yeah.
So where we could be nitpicking right now, today, this conversation, we should be doing it so that we don't have to go back to it.
Okay, I guess with little stuff like this, I'd like to asterisk, put
Right,
it
and
back
then
in the
we can come
pile,
back.
we can
Yeah,
come
then
back,
we
if
can
it's a
certainly
hot
go back
item and
to
we
it.
really need to start cutting nickels, then.
I'll make a list and then we can go back.
And that's why I also asked about what the big forest picture was, to be like, okay, where are we at? Like, what is our actual increase and what are we comfortable with percentage-wise? And then come back and then you go back and
So the
forth.
number I have in my head, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the 200 and some odd K that were over from last year.
Correct.
Okay, so in my mind, that's where we need to get to zero from there, and then get it even farther if we can.
I will do a piece of advice. We've had no mill rate increase for 3 years.
Mhm.
We've done this before, and then one year we have a huge bubble because we've held things off. So just, I appreciate wanting zero, but you can't always hold to zero. Everything's going up.
Yeah, operationally, but we also have capital to look
Right.
at too, so.
Right.
Yeah.
And we
do
have the
so much.
2.5% increase in salaries and everything too.
Correct.
contractually that we're
Correct.
stuck with.
Yeah, no argument, yep.
Okay.
Historic District Commission's flat. And Conservation Commission.
I think, Eric, could you explain the transfer to the special revenue fund? I think that was a question that had come up at conservation.
Oh,
This used to be a transfer to capital. Same thing in Park and Rec. And we realized it's really not necessarily something that would be classified thoroughly as capital. It's just money that's transferred over, it doesn't lapse, and it allows them to make improvements, again, signage, gravel, fencing, whatever they need as they go forward. And they're pretty prudent with that.
And when do we get donations into Conservation Commission?
Conservation Commission will receive minor, small donations for maps and stuff.
Okay.
And that would go into the special revenue fund as well.
Okay.
They're minimal. And if there's ever a market for forestry, again, that would go into their fund. There's a plethora of trees.
I was gonna say, that's
I've
what we
done
need,
so
right?
much
More
research
forests.
about how to try to sell trees and
I even reached out to the Louisville Slugger to say we have oak, like by the gallon. You ought to come to Connecticut. I did. I sent him a letter. I said, you ought to talk to us. I figure, why not, right? They
Right,
have
yeah.
to make bats.
So shared services, the increases are all at 2.5 and left the finance director position at the current salary, plus the 2.5.
so that might be a conversation to have about whether or not we can find a person at that number.
Yeah,
Which you were talking about?
The finance director, whether or not that is a realistic number for that.
I think a realistic conversation to have is whether we can find one.
I can tell you I got an email from GFOA yesterday, and the openings in finance departments in the state is like this long. It's crazy.
Yeah. We've gotten 2 applications thus far. And they're primarily finance folks from Board of Ed. That's their experience, so they don't have municipal experience. And I don't know enough about finance to say one works, the other ones don't, you know, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I kind of defer to Cindy on some of that to understand it, so. I think we need to continue the posting.
And then, so again, there was some adjustment with salaries and through hirings and attrition. So we were able to reduce that number. As you move forward through the process and you make a hire, you might be able to adjust that number either up or down. And then the transfer to shared services, the increase of 9381 is largely for the town's technology. The Board of Ed had a 0 increase. And I'll get you a breakdown of what is what transferring over. I did a spreadsheet on it, I just can't find it this morning.
So could you explain all the IT stuff as far as,
Yep.
Brian is the manager, correct?
Brian is the manager. We have a data integration specialist. He works with the schools, he works with Power School.
How many hours?
He's budgeted for 40, he probably works 70.
Okay.
IT system specialist is a position we just hired. And then you have the IT desktop specialist. So we needed an additional person, and the system specialist is someone who can assist the manager or the desktop specialist. So it provides some greater backup and spreads the work a little thinner, because our IT manager and data integration specialist were averaging 60-plus hours a week each on a steady diet.
Those 2 other are all both 40 as well?
Correct.
Yeah, they're all full-time.
And, you know, with COVID, with the rollout of all the technology and all the one-to-one and everything else, that fourth position was essential.
So we have somebody that's, the desktop specialist is basically there.
They're the help desk.
No, to receive, yeah, help desk, basically. They receive the calls.
Yeah, you can put in a service ticket
Okay.
or what have you, and they're the ones that will, you know, like my monitor's not working or whatever, although they'll all come. If one of them's tied up, the other will come help you. Also in the summer, when upgrading all the machines, you know, especially at the schools.
I was gonna say, they're stationed at the schools.
They are stationed, one is here, two are here, sort of, and at the schools, yeah. So they're spread through town. And it's a big help, and it gives a little more backup because we were expecting an awful lot out of people. And again, all the one-to-one that's been rolled out, the technology that we have is incredible compared to even 3 years ago.
Can we use, just a question, can we use some of the COVID money for the software and the capital and that kind of stuff on regards to technology? I don't want to use it on salary because eventually we'll have to pay that and we'll hit that.
We have in the COVID, some of our CRF money, both town and Board of Ed was used for technology.
Okay.
So when we needed to bring more laptops for employees here, webcams, hotspots, all of that, majority of that was paid by the grants and not our funds.
Okay, perfect.
And just to clarify, for the HR position, we've had 75,000 budgeted each
I had been increasing it by the,
by the 2.
by COLA, but this, I took the rate that the person was hired at by 2.5%.
But the previous budgets that we
Budget
did
amount was
at- we were
75,
at 70.
right.
We were at like almost 78 in this year's budget because I had been adding the COLA to it. Even though it wasn't being hired, I was adding the increases.
So, forgive me again. How does that work? How do you budget for something that's not there? In other words,
Because
yes,
we were
the position-
anticipating to have, this was years, this has
We've been
going on for
trying,
years.
so
So I'm gonna beat this dog to death about this whole public works director. We had a public works director, they were let go. Why did we
they were not let go.
Okay,
You'd
sorry.
be very careful there.
I'm sorry.
They resigned and
Resigned,
took another
sorry, I
position.
used the
Yeah,
wrong terminology.
it's scary, yeah.
Why do we not keep carrying that salary right through?
There is some salary in the budget for a crew leader. When we get there, I can show that to you.
But that's not my question.
I-
So in other words, we have an HR director that was never hired before,
Mm-hmm.
right? It was a pie in the sky thing. We didn't have that. It was just an idea, right?
And no, they advertised.
It was an advertised budgeted
Advertisement.
position,
It was never filled.
correct.
Never filled. Brand new position. Not to say that's not needed. What I'm getting at is we have a position that has not been filled, that had been filled for many, many years. But now all of a sudden, that person's gone and then we decide, and again, it goes, when we say that you're financing something or putting money away every year for a position that was filled but now is not, but we put away money for a position that was never filled, but it's totally.
It was not filled for the lack of trying. It was advertised and not filled.
But I guess you're asking. he's
Why was that
asking
money
about
not
how
kept
it
carrying the
works.
full amount, not
So
kept?
I think what might have happened
I
is
think
we
the-
transfer responsibilities of
Right,
the
previous
public works. there was-
administration changed the hierarchy.
So again, this is my point. You absolutely can do that. Change the hierarchy. It's every
Right.
first selectman's it's not the employee's decision to what to do, it's the first selectman's decision of what to do.
Right, and that's what was done
So-
with the Public Works, is that, my understanding is that when the Public Works Director resigned, to alleviate what was going on in Public Works, the previous administration decided to create this new position and move money around to create that position and pay that position commensurate on the job duties and functions. And that was done, and we have now inherited that as the new board. So whether we change that arrangement or add to that arrangement or whatever, that's us now. We can look at that and say,
I guess that's
should
my
we do
point.
this?
That's my point.
Yeah.
So we're in the budget process right now, so it does kind of include some administrative. So in other words, if you tell me, okay, this is not gonna happen, we're gonna go status quo, then that's one thing. But I think it's a discussion we need to
And
have
just
because,
the same way that with this human resources director, 2 years ago, we started saying, we think it's, Carlene, Rob, and I said, we think it's imperative that this position
Right.
gets added into
Right.
the budget.
And at the
the
time,
day
the
that-
finance,
You wanted
at the
to
time,
have
the
that
finance.
conversation with the public works director.
the day that you came and you said HR director is not needed, what happens with that money?
Then the money goes away, and it's eliminated the budget if it makes it through
So
the
that, I
budget
guess that's,
process.
like, how does that, it's all money
It's all
that's
in this
floating.
process, and you are taking the first step. Board of Finance could say no
Yeah.
and change everything you do. So keep that in mind as well.
Absolutely, but I mean, we gotta start somewhere.
Right, and when
We
you
have to-
get to Public Works, I wish.
We can talk about what.
There, and I can
Public
show you
Works
some
looks like.
funding in Public Works that you may not understand or be aware of.
Mhm.
But we kept budgeting for this position. We advertised, we were not getting what we needed. But each year, a couple of years, I would apply the COLA to the original starting salary. Just because, and also knowing one of the reasons we weren't getting people was the salary
Right.
and what have you. And that's.
And to your point, just, sorry to interrupt, but to your point, right now, in this budget coming up, okay, we are adding, right now, $124,000 for a finance director. Don't know if we're gonna find somebody at $124,000 for a finance director. We don't know if that finance director is gonna be in shared services or not. So, but we have to put the money there
So you have a
so that we
placeholder.
have
But you're not
somewhere.
adding it, it's money that was already there plus
Correct.
2.5%. It's,
I guess I get that. I get that. That's understandable. I just, again, we have money there for an HR director now because it was thought of, a position was created and thought of.
Yeah.
Whereas the other position that I'm referring to was already there.
But I think
But
that
then got
position was kind
changed.
of folded
got changed.
into.
So we have to look at that
morphed
change.
and, yeah.
but the funds were manipulated within the budget, they're still there. That's the point.
But again, you were directed to do that, correct? You were, the last administration directed you to do that, to manipulate the funds to coincide with what their desires were.
I was asked to shift funds, I don't manipulate funds.
Yeah,
I
be
just,
careful.
I'm very picky about these words, Eric.
Okay,
We were asked to make some adjustments, and that's within their purview, and it made it through the budget cycle twice.
okay.
So that's why you're here,
Duties and responsibilities and titles changing.
change
also,
all
yeah.
the time.
Again, and I hope I'm not sounding political, because this is not a
Yeah,
political
no,
statement.
no,
This is about
but-
running a business, running
Yeah.
operations.
But
and
when
that's
we
how I see it.
get there, I can walk you through the shifting.
Yeah.
So you can see that it's still there, it's just shifted. Okay?
So shared services, I have a note to come back to whether or not the finance director salary is a realistic number.
But I believe the advertisement was not at that salary. It was at a lower rate.
It probably was.
The range
because
was 80 to
we
110.
changed it Due to the fact that at the time when we put the ad in, we don't know if it's still gonna be under shared services. So because we really just changed the advertisement to be just municipal finance director, it had to be changed because it's less of a scope of a position. So that's how we
Hopefully we'll have a
advertise.
good discussion and it'll go back this
And
year.
it'll go back to normal and we'll be
And-
moving forward, but we
But
haven't had that discussion yet.
And so maybe that's even a Board of Finance flag for them, since that's
Right.
an evolving conversation.
Town meeting hall. Unchanged, any comments? Anything to come back to?
This is the old town hall in Town Street,
Correct.
correct?
Yeah,
Okay,
there's no heat.
Well, no, I mean, but we use it, actually.
We do, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
No.
And then
House will obviously put an asterisk by this one to come back to.
Yeah, this is when the heating just goes up and down.
So one of the things I do that I find helpful is I have like a separate piece of paper where when I have the things that pop into my brain to come back to, I just, so I don't
And I
just
keep a
flip
list.
through all the pages.
And then Grange Hall.
So were we anticipating someone, we're not doing it now because of the library thing? Is that why
Correct,
that
it took windows out.
took the windows out? Okay.
And that's one used building.
It is.
Yeah, a lot, a lot.
And Millington Schoolhouse is down because there was a repair in the current fiscal year. Open space is flat, even though they didn't spend much last year. Again, it depends if there's a parcel or not. So that can be a question for Jim if you want.
And
Well,
he
see,
did
on this one, it said 73 for actual on postage, and they're asking for 50. I mean,
Yeah.
that's a much more reasonable saying anticipation versus what I was asking about before, so I don't have a problem with any of that.
And again, some years, their budget can go a lot higher. Based on their budgets and actuals, I don't think they're actively pursuing spaces as they once did, because their budgets used to be much higher than this.
Yeah.
Oh, we're reaching the end of that.
Yeah, we're running out of land,
$5 million
and we're running out of the $5 million.
bond authorization.
This building,
I'd just like to say that this building is an absolutely beautifully maintained building. And these guys who come in here and keep this place clean every day, especially during all this mud and salt and snow, and I just want to say publicly that they do a fabulous job, and I appreciate them very much. That being said,
It's just a gorgeous building. I'm really proud of when I walk in here.
yeah.
And I think it's a good face for our town.
I think it's the nicest town hall in the state.
It's just so tastefully done. Like every time I walk around, I'm like, wow, these colors.
I will give it to the architectural firm. Their designer, layout person, and color schemes really went to town.
Yeah, and it like captures the essence of it.
Just kind of messed up on the HVAC.
Yeah.
We'll keep
Yeah,
working
we're
on that. All right, so we've got some water testing that now we have to do. We can't do anything
But
about.
we've always had to do it.
Oh, we
We
have?
just, yes,
Oh, but now it's,
we've always had to do it, but it was always bulked into the building maintenance line.
oh, so now.
And then
it's
the
just-
other, and you gotta remember, this is municipal office complex / central services. So there's a lot of things in here that are what's considered central services, so services
Copier
for
paper, the
all
toilet paper,
buildings.
all comes here for everything.
Yeah, that's what I
Not
understood,
just
yeah.
for this building.
Right.
Telephone system, cleaning, the,
So you brought that up
Water
the other day when the
testing.
fire guys were here. You were like, "Are you sure you buy your own paper?" Because
yeah, cause I budget like $4,000 for paper and they come
And
and
they're
they take.
always coming for
they go,
paper.
Can we take a case of paper? I go, yup, I don't charge them for that paper, they just take it.
Yep.
You know, the only one that doesn't come and take copy paper is the senior center, because Brad said he gets so much donated, he doesn't need
Probably
it.
bring us copy paper.
But, you know, Shirley comes
Pubs,
and, you know,
business, you know.
she'll grab a case of paper at a time, and it all centrally locates in the mailroom, and that's where everybody takes it from.
Without getting ridiculous about it, is it worth at least people signing out so we kind of have some semblance of
Who's gonna
how
take
much they use it? No, but I mean, even if we just put something on the wall, like if you take a case, just put your name up there in your department, just so we know that it looks like, I don't know if they're gonna do it. No, not worth it. Okay, all right, I'm just asking.
Most of them are pretty good about telling Linda. Most of them are pretty good about telling Linda.
Okay.
You know, it's.
Well, just so we can see that, you know, how come there's so much paper going to wherever, you know, the dog pound? How's that?
Kinda
We don't
meant for
have-
me.
Director's just burning through
Yeah,
paper.
yeah. It's a.
Former finance
Board of
director.
Selectmen, man.
That's
he's
a
the
tough
that-
one to track.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
only, it
I'm
spikes
just
during
asking
budget
questions.
season, I don't know why.
Okay, I just
You know,
asking, I mean,
It's just
trying
tough
to be
to,
accounting.
it'd be another thing to track. And,
Yeah.
and to, you know,
Yeah, to add to Linda's already 90 hours a week.
So I've made a note on here to come back to cleaning services.
well, we already know, we
No.
already know off the top we can cut it,
Oh, this is where cleaning is, okay.
yeah,
That's
this
what
is
it's
where
for.
it's set, like I said, central services.
Yep.
So
If you want to cut cleaning, this is the page.
we already know we can cut $1950 off of that $39,000, because he's not doing the firehouse anymore. So did you talk to him, Newt?
Who are you talking about?
Adriano Casaza.
Oh.
He's our contracted cleaning
So
person.
he's not doing the firehouse
He's-
anymore? Oh, the company two,
Company one, he's
What?
not,
company one.
he's not doing company one anymore, that which was 1950. He doesn't want to do it if there's people there. So we can't always guarantee that we
You can't just come in
always-
and clean.
But that's a new addition anyway. It used to be cleaned by the fire guys previously, but then somehow
Now
or
they're
other
gonna
that
clean
got
it?
it.
They're gonna
There,
clean their own firehouse? They're gonna clean up their own mess, really?
there, yep.
That's very nice.
So we already know we can reduce that minimally by
I was
1,950,
saying
but
that too.
he's, we've got to talk to him about some other reductions that Newt had in mind.
Mm-hmm.
So that number that's there, that 39,000 is not including the 2,000 that they're using, or it is?
It is.
It is, okay. That
So
includes that.
when you guys go through this, I will then add another set of columns and show what the budget then is, because this is the request.
Right.
So then I'll add another layer to show what you've done,
POS adjustment.
so that you can see it with notes. I like ClearGov in that people can put their stuff in, but you've heard everybody, now you're down to the numbers.
Yeah.
It's all about the numbers.
Yeah, so I think that's,
Yeah, I'll cut all that off there.
so that's another 12K, right?
I don't know if it'd be that much, but it'll be a definite cut.
Okay.
Yeah, because right now he charges for those buildings you were talking about monthly, it's $1,708 for town office building, River House Annex, which he does like twice per month, Grange Hall Food Bank, Town Hall, Public Works, which he does weekly. So that number will have to get broken out
5-6 grand.
into
Right.
what, Newt's gonna get a new price for deductions.
That's what I'm thinking. Go 5-6 grand plus the firehouse.
So we should be able to reduce it. What do you think, Newt, maybe to 30,000?
Yeah, should,
When will you have those numbers?
whenever I get a call back.
Okay. You'll shoot me an email so I can build them in the schedules? Thank you.
So this also includes the cleaning for the libraries, the senior center. It's considered central services.
Okay. I don't know. I don't recall, I was on the phone when we talked to the EDC. What did he say about the Connecticut Main Street?
He did not get back to me.
There was a question about Connecticut.
Yeah,
Main
Bob's
Street.
got to get back to me because I budget $750 for dues, and I just thought that their figure being $750 for their dues was too coincidental. So I'm happy to let it live in his budget and reduce ours by $750, but he was supposed to let me know.
Yeah.
Because he thought it was a couple of dues, and if that's the case, it doesn't add up to what they charge us for dues.
Yeah, I want to say I don't know that there, in my history there, I don't know that there was anything other than Connecticut.
Yeah,
Main
so
Street. And I also don't know how valuable it is at this time in their,
and even in their budget.
yeah. So I just don't know what I heard.
Is Connecticut Main Street, they might be able to advise us on some of the redevelopment agency stuff?
That's what we used them for before.
So that's why it would be valuable right now moving forward. Cause that's what, a lot of what they do is help towns think through the like,
No, I mean, I know
oh, the
Pat.
TIFs and, yeah,
I've had dinner with Pat, so I mean, I know
yeah.
what he does is good. I just don't know that,
But he's not there anymore, right?
he's got his own firm, but, I don't know that they're utilizing it, I guess is my question. So if they're not utilizing it.
But we might utilize it for
Okay.
redevelopment agency stuff.
I just don't wanna pay the same dues twice
Right, and,
Yeah,
in
exactly.
two different budgets, so we're gonna have to discuss that, and
Yeah, I
that
would
could
just
be a
check that one.
reduction in our
yeah,
side.
but I
Not
mean,
that
that
it's
is a
In the
good
grand
question,
scheme of
but,
things, it's,
but I think they might have a good amount of information
Yeah.
about the TIF stuff, and that's why we would. So maybe it would be in the redevelopment agency budget if that's
There
a
you go.
conversation to have.
that might not be a bad idea.
And in your bottom line, there's no money for redevelopment agency budgeted either.
Yeah, I have that.
I thought we did put it in.
We talked about it, and you'll have a sheet at the back, but there's no numbers in it.
Okay. Okay, so this is, so I had a question I didn't ask, because the fact that we even got something on this was good.
First time in years.
Huh?
First time in years.
Time in years. So this is a good thing that we got something from them and that they're looking at this project. My question is.
So we're done with municipal office?
Yeah, as far as I know. Sorry.
Yeah.
I flipped the page.
Well, apparently Linda expected more. What am I missing?
What are we missing, Linda?
Nothing,
Wait,
I
go
just
back.
Oh, please, turn the page, turn the page.
On this, in their project scope, is that project scope under land use and, like, I just don't know their
Yeah.
project, where their project ends up, and if they should get a grant writer, or do we kind of do that between what Jim has done in the past, and, like, what's our practice when we have things like this? This, this is on a smaller scale, this is a smaller scale project, if this goes forward, and do we need that, I guess is my.
Like, we've hired a company before to write, like, remember our brownfield grants?
Yeah,
We've had to hire a because we don't have the expertise to write
for
those.
Brownfield, we never got the grants, but
Okay.
depending on what the grant's for, I mean, department heads have been very successful at writing grants in the past.
Well, that's my thought, is that's what I heard, and again, because I haven't been here in it to know for sure, but my understanding was that we have done this in the past. Department heads have written grants, and would this come under land use and
What's the
with
grant
borrowed
for?
expertise? They're talking about putting in a year-round farmer's market. And, with, you were talking about agriculture grants and things like that might be coming down from the state.
And by farmer's market, you meant a building.
Yeah,
That's what it sounded like.
it's-
was
yeah,
the
it's like a
description,
pole building.
It's a pole barn, it's not.
Pole barn with a pavilion.
My confusion on that is writing a grant for that when it's still owned by a private entity. Like
I think
how
there's
he
more
ex-
to
right,
it.
how
I
he
think it's
explained it
very
is
early in the process.
Yeah.
I don't know it needs to be in the budget now. Is
That- yeah, I
is where
also
I'm headed
was
with this.
wondering if there
It's a
should
little
be-
early for this, I think.
I remember, was it Haddam who got a grant? Well, East Haddam had a grant too, but Haddam had a grant, we won't go there,
Okay.
on this, because there is granting opportunities for things like this.
I think there is. I'm just wondering if this year is too early for, even if we put this in, if we do preliminary work on grant writing for this, it could be done by department head as opposed to putting additional 4,000 in the budget.
And I think back to contingencies, should you find there's this great grant and you need an experienced grant writer for 2,500, that's where you go to Board of Finance and say,
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
that
gonna
we-
be my next question. is
that
if
we
there
need
would
to
be-
apply, do this, and this is why the benefit, but back to Linda's thing, for putting town funds into private property might be an issue.
right.
But
And there is
also-
some talk of
Even with
of
grants, how does it?
donated back to
Yeah,
the town.
but when you need the grant to build the building, it won't be owned by the town. The building would be owned by Mr. Curtin, who would choose to donate it to the town, but that wouldn't be a done deal. And how does that work with grants, like state grants?
Yeah, but like
Do
I'm
they-
trying to think through so
Public-private
DECD
partnership?
has a lot of the Connecticut Communities Challenge.
So
where
that it could go
that
right
is like
to,
specifically targeted towards these public-private
Which is
partnerships
great.
Yeah.
in the vein of like this type of thing. But I also agree that I feel like it needs to be more fleshed out.
Yeah, it
and
needs to be a little bit more vetted. I think
that-
it's just
and
too
the
early
fact
to
that
put
we
it
have
into a
the-
budget.
But yeah, and to Cindy's
Just
point,
a
having the contingency fund to be like, oh, okay, there is this Connecticut Communities grant here. We've gotten like really good detail from the Ag Commission and the
Right.
partnerships that they're having about kind of what they're really looking for, and then we can ask.
And I think we should
contingency for-
provide some more information about those grants to them so that, because sometimes, you need to see both sides so that you can meld them together best to get the grant in the first place. So I think sometimes projects needs to be aligned more toward the grant so that they understand how the grant is gonna be able to help them.
Right.
They need to understand how they can write it to that and look
Yeah.
at their project scope toward where they can get funding.
And
So
look at what the prior
They need
grantees
to do
under
some
those
work.
grants are, and yeah.
So
And
take
then-
the 5,000 out for now?
I think so.
Okay.
And then just a question, I don't necessarily have a problem with it, I just didn't know what's best practice or what we've done in past practices in regards to them traveling around looking. I have no problem with that, but. do we
It's
pay
happened
them
in the
for
past.
travel
We've
time?
paid for that when we were trying to do that incubator up at the Harris property.
Okay,
Hardwick, Vermont? Is
Yeah,
that
they
where-
did.
That's where a big community that had an incubator program and all that. We sent a number of people up there to
okay. I just didn't know if that was
pay for
something we
the,
did, that's great.
entrance
I don't
fee,
have a
we
problem with it.
reimbursed their gas.
And then in his email, his second email, he mentioned recording secretary, and I didn't put anything in there. In the presentation, did they ask for any funding for a recording secretary?
No, he really didn't. I mean, they think they're very self-sufficient and they've done a lot of things themselves and paid for things. And I was just trying to give him suggestions as to
Difficult to find one.
Yeah.
recording secretaries anyway, right?
Conservation wants one in the worst way. I'm
Still
It's
trying.
difficult
I
to
can
find
throw-
anything for any position.
Right, so right now, if you, while we're
that
talking about
reminds me.
recording secretary, I'd like to advertise for one out in the, if that's
General.
in the general public, just put it out on the website as a,
There might be
as
people
a-
out there that would do it,
there's
even
nobody
remote,
in
right?
here, there's nobody in here left of our current recording secretaries, or even, I went to staff that only work 30 hours or 35 hours, and
Did they say that, did the Conservation Commission say it was okay that if they found somebody who would do it remote, that they would be okay with that idea?
they would work with whatever they could get right now.
So there could be somebody out there remotely that
I
they
know,
would do
I'm
it.
like, that kind of sounds fun.
You know?
Can I do it? No, I'm just kidding.
So
I don't
my
know.
only option now is to advertise to the outside and
Yeah.
see. And last time I did that, we got two. Tony Demain, who does planning and zoning now, and we got a second one that was doing all the wetlands, but she only did
You know what?
a
Why
few
don't you
months
just
and
put
then,
put it out on Facebook?
well, I will, I do that. When I put it up on our website as an advertisement, I
Yeah.
link that to the town Facebook page and
Yeah.
then it goes from there.
Just see what we can get.
Instead of spending money, I'll advertise inexpensively in East Haddam News because it's only like a $30 expense there, and that gets the local people. That's not, wouldn't go to Middletown Press, Hartford Courant, or any of that. But I do website, Facebook, and East Haddam News, and see what I can get.
All right. So the only thing on this EDC budget is the,
Wait, so just for Ag Commission, so
Yeah, sorry.
we're leaving the advertising, legal notices, and the mileage in there?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
in good faith that we got them to give us a budget.
Yeah.
They might not spend it, they probably won't. Economic development, I guess the only issue here is we have to check on that 750. I'm pretty sure that's Connecticut Main Street, but we'll check.
Yeah, but
And
that
decide where that needs
we'd
to
leave
be.
it there. And I would prefer to leave it there and reduce our budget, if that were the
Yeah.
case.
And then, the 12,000 for technical services, this is the 6,000 for each of those study engineering things. I like the idea of those, two projects, and I think they're important to our future asset building in town. I would like to keep that in there. I don't know how you guys feel.
And again, I think there is going to be a lot of federal infrastructure money floating around,
This kind
ARPA
of cues
funds
us
that
up.
are kind of moving around in regards to walkable communities and So it might, like, yeah.
There's
Instead of
also a
us
lot of
scrambling.
collaboration going on right now too with that, because it's the it's the Connecticut Landmarks, it's the Nature Conservancy. So there's a lot of people working together on that, so that's why I think that the opportunity to get the grant money in to do the actual work is gonna help us there as well. So this is, again, these are unfortunately monies that need to be spent in order to get us in line to get those monies. And if we can get it done now, we're gonna be hopefully at the more front end of the line in setting us up. And they've asked for this repeatedly, and we keep saying no, 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 no. So that's how I feel about that. And I think is that's being halved, right? Half of it is being paid by land use and half of it's being paid by us,
What,
or planning and zoning, planning and zoning.
for these studies?
Yeah.
They didn't put in money for the
No?
studies.
Okay. I thought
I
the,
think- I thought
the
maybe
Moody's
the
one it was.
yeah,
There might
maybe
be
that's-
capital.
Oh, maybe it's in capital. Anyway, that's how I feel about that. I don't know how you feel.
I don't know if I'm either hot or cold on it, to be honest.
Okay. Okay. And I'm gonna suggest we leave it alone.
Make a joke about the buildings being hot or cold. Like Eric has opinions about buildings being hot or just easy. I'm not wearing a mask anymore, so you can't hide my silly smirk.
That is, the mask was beneficial sometimes.
Oh, the mask is beneficial a lot of times.
All right, police officers. I will talk to this. Obviously, you can see that we're looking at budgeting for 5 there. The increase, now this is 5, including the
Resource.
resource officer?
4 plus the resource officer,
4
there's
plus
5
the
in this
resource officer is
budget.
5. So this actually doesn't include the 6th.
It does not.
Okay. So the 5 really then is the regular budget. Why are we at 34? Oh, just because we've had the step increase or the increase in the new budget, in the new contract. Okay. All right, so that's where that is. I'm gonna,
And just to bridge the gap, because what we were budgeting for in this year's budget wasn't enough. So it's not like that's all the 34,000 is an increase in next year. It's building on the shortfall from this year.
Right, because the contract was late.
Correct.
right. And again, I'll just say that the contract, when we renegotiated it, we held it flat to the 4th year so that we could extend our negotiations. And because we're so late, we actually went out 4 years instead of the normal 3, which they agreed to, which I thought was,
Which hopefully will save us labor council down the road
Yeah.
too.
personally, yes, it definitely will on that. So that's where we're there with this. I just want to put in a plug for 6 officers instead of 5. And I've had this conversation with you guys before. I know this isn't in the budget at this time, what you're looking at here. We still do not have complete police coverage, even with the officers that we have budgeted for. There are shifts that are still not covered and that are covered by Colchester. We have been running at a deficit because of our police force, because of people not being here. You know, Carl was out due to injury or medical issues. And obviously we lost, we have a retired police officer, so we have been running very lean and mean. And we also are anticipating retirements from what we hear. So in the process of advertising, we have we had 4 police officers who originally applied, and we have 2 officers that we're looking at seriously, and both of them come to the town similarly the way our current officers come to town, in that they are retired from either state or other police positions or state positions where we are not having to pay any kind of benefit costs. So that's a good thing. So they come to us with minimal cost in regards to that or lack of that cost. Obviously, we still have to pay them and we still have to, outfit them, et cetera, et cetera. There are other things in regards to the budget too, in that because of the part-time positions being eliminated, we have cars, we have uniforms, we have equipment that we do not have to purchase on said fifth or sixth officer. So we have a lot of surplus that we, dollars so that we, not dollars, but in equipment so that we don't have to spend that. Still, there are capital, requests in regards to replacing vehicles as we have been doing in the future. But right now, we have cars, we have equipment, we have uniforms, we have everything we need to put on to replace the retired officer as well as putting one more police officer on. So anyways, I'm just gonna throw that out there and say, I am interested in yet another police officer if we can do it again, because we need it and because we have identified an officer as being in our grasp if we want to do it, if we want to go forward with it.
Approximately $100,000.
Additional.
That would be reflected in more than one budget because of fringe and such.
Because of unemployment and that kind of stuff as far as the, yeah.
Yep.
What do y'all
Yeah.
think?
I'm just thinking through, I guess I don't see the scheduling, so I don't have an understanding about coverage. I do know that. I'm just curious kind of about the towns around us. And I think Lyme just has one resident state trooper as their entire,
I think
police
Lyme, I think
everything, right?
Lyme might have two, but yeah,
Yeah.
they, East Hampton, they're
They have
13 or 14,000, I think, and they have
a lot.
a lot.
Police department, so.
Yeah.
They have their own, right?
They have their actual police department.
Right.
And, yeah,
Haddam has 2 resident troopers, I believe.
we forget that we also have Ian too. I mean,
Yeah, that's what I also was like.
that's outside of the
These.
5 or 6.
Right. Yeah, he's definitely been stepping up and doing patrol because of our lack of coverage. So he's been doing a lot of patrol these days, which is great. He's been very helpful in that. Primarily, he's administrating and giving us the wherewithal to be able to bring people to Troop K and obviously to have Troop K as backup, which we do have.
I just might suggest we just throw this into our employee. We're gonna have an employee category. I think we're gonna revisit salary. Here I am worried about $3,000 worth of fuel oil when we throw a 6-figure into it. So,
Yeah.
I'm gonna need to find a lot of fuel tanks out there.
Go, Eric. That's
Nope.
fine. We can
We're
do
gonna
that.
have to figure a lot of stuff out.
Just drain them all.
So I will ask a question about the cell phones and stuff. I know these are cell phones that we have to add for the police department anyways, and we're kind of stuck doing that. But just in general, we seem to be talking a lot about the communications and the radios and the pagers and all of this. And we had Craig in here yesterday talking about the stuff that he's doing and the updating. I don't know, I guess I need to maybe, to your point, of your fuel tanks, I need to wrap my head around all this communication that's happening because
Yeah,
it seems
that's-
like it's a lot.
I was confused with the
Yeah.
fire department's communications, radios budget, and then thinking through how that intersected with Craig's budget.
Right.
Oh.
So I guess just to put that out there too, is that kind of, that's another question I have, is just what are we doing there? And
I think we were forced into that because of that requirement to switch the bands, and you could probably speak to that when you're in the fire department. But we were, there was at some point we were forced to do that, correct?
Well, they stopped actually making and servicing the low bands. And just the example what Craig was saying, you know, that fire on Cherry Swamp a few months ago, I was actually on 84 in Waterbury and I listened to the whole call on a portable. So I mean, that's how good it is now.
Right.
The radios actually work inside the schools now. Ours, other ones didn't. So it was well worth the investment that the town made in them, because now I can talk to anyone coming in. But you're right, there was no choice. It was either do it or go back to soup cans and string. You know, so there was no choice.
And that was directed by FCC.
Correct. They were. I mean, we started buying portables that would crossband, but they didn't work.
So I guess that's another attribute that I always go look at. What things do we have say on, and what things are just put in our lap and say deal with it?
Yeah.
Right. And the repairs on the police department is, what is that, do you know? Repairs and maintenance, 2,500, I forget what they were.
So, yeah, again, to go back to
Probably
Craig's
in
point, too, is I'm assuming it's the radios and stuff, that's nothing cheap to work on.
But the repairs and maintenance also includes the cruisers, and the cruisers are getting older.
Okay. Okay.
So, yeah, the radios are not cheap to work on.
Okay, so we'll revisit the officer number 6 at a later moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's worth having an employee powwow.
Discussion. Okay, this is for state trooper. Is that 5.5 just salary
No,
increase?
we got that's the information from the state.
I was just gonna say that's.
Yeah, they
contractual,
got a
right?
projection,
Yep.
Okay.
and their projection was 180, okay, 187,293. So I rounded it up to 300.
No problem. Thanks.
And that's provided, like I read the letter at the last meeting that they hadn't negotiated their contract yet. So what the salaries was put in, I think he said was a 2% salary increase. If their contract is negotiated for more than that, we will see that reflection when we get the bill. And we won't get this bill until the very end of 2023.
Okay. All right. Moving on to the fire department.
So did we add some extra personnel, or is this what?
The fire department wage budget, and we've talked about this in the past, it really almost should have an EMT budget, because the budget request this year is about 175,000 more than about 7 years ago. And it's really to cover EMT. It's not really for fire.
I think that's been stated before. There's not a lot of fire, necessarily not a lot of fire calls. The majority of them are EMT
I mean,
calls.
the guys maintain the equipment and everything. I don't want to indicate that there isn't work done, but the driver of this is for EMT.
Yeah.
And and unfortunately, it makes it look like the fire department's going crazy when they're really not, at least on this piece. And I'm sorry I wasn't here for their budget, but I think this is a problem in many communities. We're not an anomaly by any
Not at all.
chance, but town's funding an awful lot for EMTs.
The per diem ones are, they're down on per diems, right? And that's why we've got some interviews coming up on a couple of them. But these are people that are just filling in for shifts that are already there, so it's not like they're extra people. It's just, it's just there, just so you know. But we're trying to make sure that we have at least enough people available to work if we need that coverage.
Well,
Do
isn't
you
a lot
guys
of the
recall
thing-
on the overtime what he's talking about?
Well, they're covering from 6A to 6P.
I think it's like if,
overtime?
And they're asking for the overtime as well because of just trying to meet the coverage.
Because
So-
they went to a new, like, scheduling model where we used to, when we first started, it was 2 on. And then it was 3 on, and now we're at a
That's 4.
scheduling model where it's 4 on. 2 are 6 to 6, and 2 are 8 to 4:30. So you have more hours that you're putting there.
So, yeah, so we have four people on every day, Monday through Friday.
That's the schedule they're trying to keep.
Yeah. So the overtime hours that we're talking about would be if we didn't have the per diems, which we're trying to find now,
Or I
guys
think,
that we have on that are working the overtime.
Brian explained it too, if they get a call at the end of their
yeah,
shift.
I feel
Yeah.
like it might be, there's just like a lot of incidental overtime, because, yeah, like if they
Oh, if they get a call at 4 o'clock,
Right,
And
they're
they're
2
not
hours
back
out.
in time,
At the
They're
very-
gonna be overtime, okay.
So I have, and maybe you've already said this, I have 3 per diems?
There's 3 full-timers.
Okay.
And then per diems is as many as we can manage to get.
There's 3 full-timers, there's 4 part-timers, and then above that, there's per diems, and they only work the hours that we cover. So it's not like we're paying per diems other than scheduled shifts anyways, we're not,
Yeah, they just fill in the holes.
yeah.
In ClearGov, which I gave you each review, if you go into the operational budget piece, Tim prepared this whole detail of everything for their budget. The wages, I had to tweak a little, they were off a little, but not enough to matter. But they really break out all of their requests. But they're looking for 126 hours a week for full-timers, because they all work 42 hours. So that's 3 of them. And then another 90 hours a week in part-timers, and additional hours per week, an additional 50 hours in extra duty per year. He says per week, but the calculation is per year.
So who's the overtime for? Just the regular employees? or
Regular
for-
employees, because the other employees
employees.
shouldn't be hitting overtime.
Oh, okay.
And one of the struggles we saw during FEMA, or COVID, is we had all of these per diems who had full-time jobs, and they were ordered to be just for their full-time job. So I understand the move to the full-timer because they're devoted to us, but
That's the drawback of
the per diem.
is that, you get positives where you only use them when needed, but your negatives are their obligation is to their full-time job. So they could be ordered in and they'll have to book out a shift that they were assigned here.
And I feel like the overtime thing was, we had conversations about, there's just like weird timing in regards to when people are need ambulance services, and it's like in the early morning and like after, like in the evening.
Yeah, it's like when people wake up and they realize that somebody is gravely ill or more.
Or like when you're driving home from work, there's like parents come home and kids are like, it just seems like those are the most active times of day.
It's just like it never snows unless it's on a holiday, so you're paying triple over.
Hey, for President's Day, I'm blown away by the weather forecast, because usually it snows on Martin Luther King Day and President's Day.
Yeah, whatever, yeah.
Yeah,
it's
no, I
like
know,
some
right,
weird
there's-
universe magic.
Right.
It's being a finance director, every time it would snow, I'd be calculating in my head what that day cost us. Like, no.
So we're looking for the land use.
Really think we're open on Saturday?
Well, she didn't know it was Saturday, and there's a sign on their door that says open. They're not answering their door.
Oh, what?
You know, it was Saturday.
Yeah, that's the bad thing about us being here and having to leave the front door open in case people are coming to the meeting is anybody wanders
Like I
in.
said, I heard somebody knocking, and I wasn't sure if they were knocking like to come in and they couldn't get through that other door, like I messed it up or
Because I
something.
didn't hear it at all.
So again, we were just talking radios.
Again?
Well,
Because there's the pagers, radios section.
And we talked a little bit about this last year, trying to get a breakdown of who's covering what for what kind of radio.
yeah, I mean,
Because I don't know if there's duplication.
Are the police using the same two ways that the fire guys are? Or they should be. The Public Works has their own set.
Public Works and Fire have all the same brand and stuff. I don't
And that
think.
comes out
The
of,
police thing is different.
Yeah, they have a different.
They have a
radio.
different thing, and I think that's,
Might
is
be-
that provided for them?
Yeah.
And I think what we're talking about, when we talk about police, we're talking about their,
Fire police.
oh, we're done, okay.
You're in the fire department budget?
Well, I was in both, because we were doing, we.
'Cause I think the
you mentioned
fire-
about the radios, and then I was just
Yeah.
wondering if there was any similarities, so why, yeah.
I think
It's
the
almost like we
police
almost need a
thing,
separate budget
that
for
comes
radios.
through
Didn't
the
Craig
state.
say the police get it through the state,
Through the
but
state.
they're compatible because of
yeah.
whatever,
They can hear.
whatever they
The
created,
magic that
you know?
Craig
Well, you can
Channels.
monitor, you can
Channels
monitor
work,
different
but they're
channels,
different
right?
brands.
Right,
Yeah, channels are the same, different brands.
gotcha. Alright. So it was just how they were spec'd, whether how the state specs them and how
correct.
we spec them, okay.
Yeah.
Do you know how much we generally get reimbursed per year from the ambulance department for EMT calls as revenue, quote unquote?
We budgeted 15,000 last year, and I know y'all met with them the other night, and there were 5 months for which we didn't receive payment. And there's $15,000 placeholder again this year.
Okay, and that's reflected,
It's in the selectmen's budget,
okay.
but it's not keeping up with the wages we're expending, and the benefits, the Medi, the FICA, retirement, the whole package.
Okay. So I'm sorry, you guys got down to this cell phone, or the phones?
We were just,
What's the purchase professional service? Does anybody know?
That is,
Training? Oh, no.
no, there's a separate training line. Hang on a second. I have it right here. If it will open, okay.
It's not in their narrative.
No, well, they gave me like a 4-page narrative. Purchase professional services are fire prevention open house kits. They buy
Oh, that's for
5
you.
of them at $350.
See, I buy all that.
Huh?
I usually buy all that in my budget.
Well, they've
Is that
got
what it is, though?
They
Is
said-
that all the,
it says
locator
physicals,
stickers.
in-service training, right?
no, I'm looking at just the purchase professional
Purchase
service.
for $3,000. They say that's fire prevention open house kits, 5 of them at a total of $1,750. Activity books, crayons, locator stickers, and miscellaneous decorations.
Yeah, he did say that, now that it.
But that's in your budget,
Correct. Yep.
and this isn't your budget.
No, they have,
So,
there's,
So let me put down to email Tim on that.
yeah.
Good catch.
Well, I mean, we don't need extra, I'm trying to add up to the,
To the 100?
To the boilers.
Well, you better,
we're at 97 now.
might,
What did they spend 5,000 on in 2001?
I don't know, and I've locked myself out of Munis, so let me see if one of the ladies can reset me while we're here.
so you buy all the crayons,
I do.
Hmm.
Yeah, buy them all and
as long as they're not edible.
So the in-service training,
doesn't matter.
they're talking about a lot more training because they've got a lot more people, right?
Yeah, that's what they
That's what I recall. There's an increase in repairs and maintenance. Now, just because we're getting some new stuff there, the Quint and whatever else, with Steve Hedler in here talking about the new equipment that he's getting and buying. He's buying these things with warranties and all this kind of stuff. So repairs and maintenance, assumably we're lessening that budget because we're buying things with warranties and things, correct? So are we doing that here for these vehicles as well?
My
No?
my gut would tell me is in past, there's no warranties, so probably a year, and then that's probably it after that.
Because of the level of equipment that is and what it's being used
Correct,
for?
the truck is, I mean, most of the time, all the other trucks we bought's been a year.
It's going
So
into
they,
hazards.
so even though it's a,
Warranty, nothing.
let's say you buy a Peterbilt.
Well, Peterbilt gets a warranty on the motor.
I was just gonna say that you still, but
So the
But a
fire
lot of
truck-
these like engines and stuff like that, they're a custom,
Nope, so the engines will have it, and the transmission will,
so it's powertrain,
yeah,
but not necessarily on any of the,
correct, they
Other-
would probably come back for a year, or if it's a total manufacturing, it could be longer.
did anybody check to see if this new ladder truck fits inside the new firehouse? I
It
mean,
fits in company two.
Yes.
And
Okay.
it's 2 inches too tall for company one.
okay.
So for repairs and maintenance for 85,000, they're saying repairs on the rise with the aging fleet of units. Engine 1-15 is 14 years old, engine 2-15 is 24 years old, engine 4-5 is 19 years old. They just said it's just a lot more maintenance on this, and I could go on and on their aging fleet.
To conversations that we've had, and I don't know that this came up in any of the conversations other than a public comment, but because we're getting this quint, have we looked at the individual pieces of equipment and whether or not we need all the equipment that we need? And I guess maybe because we're doing this feasibility thing, the design study thing, that maybe that will open up some of that conversation.
That was my understanding.
And last year, they came in, they really trimmed down the amount, the volume of the equipment they were asking for.
Okay.
Because it was a real struggle at one point, and I haven't looked at their capital thoroughly yet to recommend reserves, but I had their reserves mapped all out, and they kept changing what they wanted, and I couldn't, and it swung hundreds of thousands of dollars each way. But they did pare down the amount of equipment that they're asking for going forward.
And I hope that that's what that consultant is doing, is helping us think through all of that,
Well,
because.
I mean, the plan is that design is gonna be something that we can look at to the next 20 years and
Right.
say, these are going to be our needs, this is what we need,
Yeah.
building wise and everything else, so.
That's a crapshoot. Over 20 years? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
We can only
Like, or
talk
at
to
least
trends,
10,
right?
Yeah, 10 years of, and understanding the, like, how many apparatus do we have, does the yeah.
I mean, I guess maybe to a point, because it's not like we're growing leaps and bounds by our population, right? So
We've been
Our town
stable
population.
for-
our town,
Stable.
our total
Right.
town population is stabilized over
Pretty stable.
so again, that leads to equipment, especially equipment needs, not necessarily housing. I feel like a lot of times we buy equipment and then figure out how to house it.
Right, so hopefully that plan looks at all of that of we'll need for trucks.
Right.
Plus the quint, and I'm like making up complete numbers.
No, again, and then I've also heard again, we're going
Yeah.
probably into the realm of capital here, but I mean, I've heard of other arguments that say, why don't we buy a vehicle that does 3 things instead of 1?
And that's
The
what
other
the
argument
quint
is,
does, right.
yeah, it does 3 things. It does all 3 things really crappy. Doesn't do 1 thing really well. So there's argument that way as well. So
But also that's why the professional guy who like knows fire trucks can weigh in, and it's not us.
So most of these things going forward on their budget is really because we have more people joining the fire department, uniforms, gear, pagers and radios again.
So again, fire ponds, you look at, there's some money there. You spent $174.
So fire ponds, and help me out, Fire Marshal, but one of the things that, as an insurance agent, I can tell you that our town is rated quote, when I quote a homeowner's policy at a 9, and it really shouldn't be. It really should be at least an 8, if not better. So I told Brian, when I was talking to him about things, that we need to do something, and the reason we're supposed to be at least an 8 is because we have paid firefighters right now. But there are other things with ISO that you can do and should do to get in compliance and to help that ISO thing. And what this is actually going to do by changing that number on ISO is actually going to create a savings for our homeowners on their homeowners insurance, as well as other things in regards to, you know, grants, and it's just putting us in a better light. So some of those parameters of things is the fire ponds, and I think some of the fire ponds need
That's been a
addressing.
conversation.
So I'm cracking the whip to say, let's get this ISO thing straightened out. So he actually had a meeting, and he has another meeting coming up with somebody else who's done this in their town for the ISO ratings, and they're looking at all of these things. So I'm assuming
So
that.
you're suggesting that we haven't been doing it, but there's a budget line, but we haven't been doing it, just clearly out of active practice.
So.
Your turn. Tag. As far as
No,
what we've been
fire
doing in the past.
ponds, I actually took fire ponds about 6 months ago.
Mhm.
And that majority of that $7,000 will be spent on Grove Street. There was one that was put in for,
That's, you mean Wigwam?
no, Grove Street up at the top, at Davis's house, they have the pond in the back.
Okay.
Where they did the 55 and older, I believe 55 and older.
Yeah, it's 55 and older up there.
Houses up there. The one that was put in there worked originally when they put it in, but it no longer works. We've had it,
What do you mean, like the standpipe?
we've had it cambered, and for some reason, we have roots growing through the pipe. So it's telling us that the joints, it was done wrong. So we're gonna start from scratch and put a whole new one in right alongside of it, and we're gonna dig the pond out and put the whole, catch basin, I guess, catch basin or culvert in there where the screen will fit into, and make that one active again. That's gonna be about $6,000 to redo it. It's like 200 feet of pipe that we have to do. And new heads, the digging, the whole 9 yards. We did, I'm thinking there should be more on that. Maybe it just didn't, bills didn't come in, but we redid the one at Company One. It was repaired from being broken. We got that one. The one we're redoing, the one on Newberry Road, that pond in Newberry, that's getting redone. But the rest of them are getting all serviced and cleaned out too. We do have approval to do the one at the bottom of Great Hillwood. That one was gonna get dug back out. Which it doesn't necessarily, the fire pond doesn't necessarily mean standpipes too. It could just be cleaning out a pond area, giving us access to it.
Okay.
So, but yes, that will be gone as soon as frost is out of ground, they can dig. That'll be, a new one will be put in on Grove Street. So we're trying to get a handle on which ones are priority and which ones are broken and where to need them the most.
So that's now through your office?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. That would be another one too. I just actually thought about this about 2 minutes ago. If that could be a rolling account like we do with other stuff. So if we have one next year that if there's 7,000 there and we have one that's 10 grand, if there's money left over, it could roll into that following year.
So maybe like a fire pond.
Yeah,
Maybe
I just
it's-
thought about that about 2 seconds ago, and I wondered if we could do that, so we wouldn't have to ask for 20 grand this year, 5 grand next year, back and forth. If it could just, whatever's left over could roll in, we could do more every year.
I can look at, yeah, let's look at what we might be able to do, because some of those non-lapsing funds make sense so that you can adapt. So, yeah, you can look at that.
Okay.
Note made.
Thanks. So I guess the only, I don't even know. I guess the only issue on this one is just, it's EMT versus firefighting, and whether or not we need to move some of this to, or do we? I don't know.
Or we do regular employees and do an allocation, one that says firefighter and one that shows EMT, so that we reflect really what it's costing us, because it's the lion's share is EMT.
Right.
By far. So to maybe get some feedback as to what the split should be.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how do you develop that criteria? Like, how do you,
I think
Or
what you
just
do
the
is you
type
do
of
an
call.
average
the
call.
percentages?
An
It's a-
average
it's a
call
type,
volume.
right.
And the guys can easily tell us.
But,
Well, they're gonna be pulling that up when they do all of this anyway, so it's.
but the
fine.
EMT, we're getting money back.
But we're only getting 15K back.
We
That's
budget
why I asked.
15K a year for all these increases, and last year we got 6,000. We had 6,000, I have the sheet.
So that's
Or-
that
or
that
did we?
conversation with the
Or it's
MOU.
Not 6 of the 15 we're supposed to get, we're missing the 7, but. that's
but-
Because
fairly-
it's not, but
But
that's,
that's
again,
the
maybe that's our fault.
MOU conversation potentially about we set a rate of $50 per
Yeah.
firefighter per
Right,
call,
so-
and maybe that could be a conversation.
So what ended up working out was that they were gonna reimburse us what their people would get. But
The stipend amount.
the stipend, but it's not keeping up with the weather. Sorry, just got weather, snow. Look at, it's not keeping up with our expenditures. They're not even in the same world or ballpark. They're just so
I think that's why it
disparate.
went from the 50 to the 100 in that proposed.
Right. Yeah.
Because, I mean, the services need to be provided, but it's on the town, and the town's not collecting the revenue for it.
Right. But again, that's, like I said, that's on us to do, to make sure that that's happening.
Yeah, and I mean, that's obviously a conversation that we have to have as far as how do we, how does the Ambulance Association collect the fees, what they need in order to process those fees and collect the fees, and whether or not, I mean, either way, I'll be honest, from the sounds of during our public comment, what we were made aware of is that there's no way that the cost of doing business and the fees collected coincide at all. Even, we can split it up every way, this way and Sunday, and we're still, nobody's getting the money that it costs to do this service. It's a public service, it's, the town is here to provide for public safety, and this is the cost of doing the business that we're here to do. So, we can't look at it and say, that it should be that it should be 100%, reimbursement. It just can't be.
Right.
This is what we're here to do.
Can I get something clarified as far as, is the $50 coming back only if you take a ride, or is it for the service itself, the type of call?
We leave town.
If we leave town, if we
So
transport,
it's only transport, really? So even,
because they can
so
only
I see
bill
what
on
you're
a
saying.
transport.
What percentage of the percentage of calls
Yeah,
are reimbursable?
correct.
Or
Because
billable,
they
I
don't
should
get,
say.
they don't get billed
Well, I think it
until
varies,
they transport them.
and it varies so much per call that there might be a lot of complicated factors of like, okay, is this a Medicare patient that we are transporting? Is it a Medicaid patient? Is it an accident where a paramedic intercepts halfway through?
I was just
And
gonna
so-
say, where does Middlesex come in on
Right, and
this?
so I
is
think
that-
the idea of instead of having like every single call looked at and saying, okay, we got reimbursed, and I'm making up numbers, $200 because it was a Medicaid transport for an infusion, and we're gonna give the town $50 per person. Is it $50 per person? Or just
$50 per tech.
Per tech, per
right,
call.
so if we give the
Per
town,
call.
so then, and then a real emergency, that's a $10,000 insurance charge, but then gets intercepted by a paramedic, so it's 17, but then, so I think they were trying to take out those
Simplify it.
complicating factors, but those are conversations to be had about what those numbers look like.
So
Cause
so I guess
what year was the $50
what we're looking at
set?
is trying to
think
make a
Rob
cut,
Emmett
but
was
not
here.
sure how to do that.
Oh, I can look up the MOU.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, this is still coming out of the same wallet.
Absolutely.
We can really get down and dirty as far as
Right.
line by line, but it's still coming out of the same wallet, so.
But I think breaking the wages out is critical, because, I mean, if I was just Joe Q. Public looking at this, what the hell do we need $275,000 a year for firefighters, right? Like, what?
We don't.
We don't.
We're not.
Right.
Right,
But
so I
that,
think, to your point, I think again, for Joe
Signed
Q
in
Public,
August of
we need to be a little
2019.
bit more transparent in where the monies that we're saying we're
Agreed.
spending are going.
Agreed.
So I think breaking out EMT is not a bad idea, just from the standpoint of letting people know that this is ambulance and fire,
Yeah.
and the ambulance is taking 75% of that, or 80%, or 40%, whatever it is, whatever the,
I don't know if we want, because in, it sounds like I'm picking on them, but we don't even allocate our electricity and our heat and everything else that the services they get. We don't allocate any of that to them.
Right. Yeah, the number we came up with,
Agreed.
was 4 million in the last 7 years that the town has paid for ambulance service, and that includes salaries, it includes heat, electricity, space per square foot that they take in the fire departments, in the closets that they maintain, all of that. So, you know, just to get a general sense of what does ambulance service cost us in regards to this. So,
Right.
you know, it's more research, not to, again, to reiterate what Cindy just said, and that we're not picking on them, but we do have to understand the costs that we're providing, the monies that we're providing to the ambulance service and how that gets allocated.
Let me play devil's advocate then. Let's say that the ambulance, there was not a separate association. Will we still be having this discussion?
Yeah, because we would be, I would imagine so, because we'd be providing ambulance service in some way, shape, or
But we
form.
wouldn't be breaking it out, would we? Or would we? So
Well,
again, I
if-
know what you're saying, and I totally understand.
If we had a
what
combined
we're
ambulance
saying.
and fire, no, but we don't.
So I think what we need to still look at is the operation itself. Can we cut dollars here? In our situation, yes, I think we can. I think there is, if we define it better and understand where we're at, but I'm again playing devil's advocate. If they were not a separate entity, would we be having this conversation?
No, but we
No.
would also be getting, if we ran them, if they were a town entity, all that stuff that we'd have a third billing company that would be billing out, and we would be getting the proceeds.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I
Help
guess
offset
it's not,
the cost.
this is not a business, this is a service, so it's not, it's different than a business. Like, you can't, in my mind, and maybe I'm a little skewed here, but again, I go back to the fact that this is public service, and this is
Right,
why
yeah.
people pay their taxes, so that they have public services, and those being, you know, fire, ambulance, you know, police, senior center services, and other
Libraries.
services that we provide. I mean, this is the cost of providing services to a town and a municipality. You know,
Town
and
that is
you
as
pay,
large as our
right,
town,
exactly,
where-
we have our
and so
challenges.
far away from, like, an ambulance call takes 2.5 hours because it takes
Right.
30 minutes to get to a basic emergency.
I think our job in this is to make sure that it's run as efficiently as possible. If there are ways that we can cut costs, we want to do that, but we have to be very careful, in my mind, when we go to public service, public safety, that we have to be careful about cutting costs. And this is why, when I go back to, you know, my police discussion, you know, I'm concerned, truly concerned. If there was one concern that I have as your CEO of this town right now, is that I go to bed at night and I hope nothing happens, because I know that somebody's got to come from Colchester to help us out. So that's my big concern here. Everything else we can handle. We've got great people working for the town, and I know we have good people in public safety. But the point being is that if we don't have the coverage to do what we need to do as a town for the safety of our citizens, you know, and I'm not trying to bilk a budget here, I'm just trying to say the coverage is the biggest thing that I have a problem with, and the lack thereof. Right now, our EMT firefighters are here. They're providing service for our ambulance service to continue their existence, and I'm working on that relationship there to make sure that everybody is aware and respectful of what the town is doing to help that ambulance association. But I do believe that we need to come to some agreement and come to Jesus moment in regards to making sure that we're all running it as best we can and as efficiently as they can. To the point of this conversation is just to make sure that it's clear that this is not just fire department monies, but this is actually ambulance money too. And I think breaking that out in some way And we have to kind of wrap our heads around how to do that, whether it's on a per call basis, which I think makes the most sense. We could do that, and then maybe this would make a little bit more sense, because it shouldn't really just fall on the fire department, because it's not.
Right, and again, just for someone who's just looking at a budget, it doesn't tell the story that there's an ambulance association.
Yeah.
It's not clear as to how all these services are provided.
So this goes back to our personnel conversation, I think.
Yes.
And then this one on emergency services, that 20,000 is just that last tower, am I correct? That last piece of the communication issues?
Let me pull up what Craig sent. I thought he was increasing it because of radios and stuff.
Maintenance on lower sites.
Yeah, radios, sorry, yeah. This is why I had the heightened alert on the radio thing.
Right.
That'd do it.
That'll do it. But yeah, no, he has 174 radios that are retuned every year. So that's what that is.
Oh yeah, I also have to minutes.
You have that
Not
too?
because of types of radio.
Takes 25 to 30 minutes to do each and every
Need to
radio.
build out mutual aid capacity.
So just so that I understand that a little bit more, is that something that he needs to add to his budget yearly, or is this?
Because we did the full upgrade, and Don probably knows more than I do, but because we did the full upgrade, now we have all these new equipment that needs to be maintained and replaced, and it's just the costs associated with this capital improvement that was approved in 2000 and,
So this is a one-time upgrade? Or is this a yearly upgrade?
I think this is gonna be annually, but I'm just looking at
Where's the
it.
12.5? Remember, there's an amount we have to pay, like a.
There's a
agreement
maintenance
amount?
contract
Right,
and,
and we're only paying 1/4 of it now, but when it goes into full, because it's gonna go live, you haven't had to pay it because it hasn't gone live
right.
or something, and once it goes live, once we
Yeah, they're,
finish
okay.
it.
So in the additional budget notes, he said the maintenance line increased 20,000 to support the annual maintenance of portable and mobile radios. This includes the annual calibration and firmware upgrades to ensure that they are operating at an optimal level for all users. This service is being provided to the town and the 21-22 budget by the manufacturer for free as part of the initial purchase and onboarding of radios. And then there continues to be delays in the installation of some town radio systems, infrastructure equipment, which has allowed us again to delay the annual maintenance costs for our infrastructure by another year. Therefore, we are only budgeting for 1/4 of the maintenance in the year. So, but the 20,000 relates to the, just maintaining the radios. And then plus 12.5, and you must have 5 in there for something else.
Okay. Not like we can do anything about this, that's what it costs us.
Back to public safety and,
This is just,
The formula for the.
yeah, that's just something we pay for paramedic when we need a paramedic. Again, another thing we just have to have.
Yeah, that's part of all the grants getting cut way back when,
Yeah.
and they were supposed to, I explained they were supposed to go $1, $2, $3, up to $5.
Yeah,
But
we're
they
still
haven't
at
had to
$1.
do that, they've stayed at $1.
Yeah.
And this was something researched through the COG, they formed a subcommittee of a bunch of selectmen that determined that all the towns would do this.
Okay. Building department. Newt here? Oh, look at that.
I'm wondering if his revenues can be increased. Just saying.
Which one? Building department?
Yeah, me look up, I got
I was
reset
gonna
in
say,
Munis.
he didn't, and I know that we're up, because I get the reports.
And I got reset from Munis, so. Let me just see.
That fee structure is
While we went by,
paramedics.
paramedic, that's a thing we pay. And that was it.
Well, he was 170,000 last year, but it was 113 the prior year. But he's at 92 this year, and
Alright.
that's as of,
January,
this is January 5th. January 20th.
and we haven't even gotten into building season yet.
Right, so, and that other one was a payment that comes out of his revenues. So, yeah, as of, basically, it's like 6 months, because the January 5th deposit would have been probably the prior month. He's at 92,000
150?
halfway through.
Comfortably?
Hmm?
Go to 150 comfortably there?
I mean, I think it's a question for him, but I think we should increase it.
Okay.
Because lots of times it's not, we all spend so much time looking at expenses, but revenues are critical as well.
Yeah.
So I'll send him an email.
And because the fees are kind of related to the overall cost of what it costs to build something. So if like there's a bunch of inflation, so a house that would have cost you $250 to build 4 years ago
It goes
now
on
costs you.
and the total value of the project. So it's $1,000 for the first. I forget what the fee structure is, and it's.
But I feel like all
I think it says it right
projects
on the
are just
website
gonna
too.
be a lot more expensive now because of inflation and supply chain issues.
So the more
probably-
money the project costs, the more the
we
permit
get
is
in
going
permits,
correct.
even if permits are like stable, even if there's the same
Even if the
amount of
count
building
is-
that's happening.
The
No,
inflation.
cost per bill.
$25 for the first 1,000 and
That's right.
13 for each additional 1,000 or part thereof.
Thank you.
Right.
Not 1,000 per. I was gonna make a lot of money.
Well,
The oil on that one.
Yeah, the oil. And we can have oil forever for that price.
Buy some more radios.
And I think there's generally a little bit more new construction happening. I don't know, I don't remember, but regardless, everything that's being built is probably more expensive, so there's probably more coming in.
Yes.
How do they treat, just curious,
Seems
how do they
like
treat
work
when you
is
tear down a
comfortable
house and
costs
then
are
rebuild a new one? Is it new construction?
I would think so, but you
Not-
would know.
It's not rehab?
No, it is new.
It
Yeah,
is
once
new,
they tear it
okay.
down, start over.
Yeah, okay, just question.
Yeah, learning.
Exactly.
It's so much fun to learn so many things. You're like, oh, that's how that works.
Okay. Animal control?
I mean, normally I would say that it is new, but I don't know how they treat it. Yeah, so what's this transfer to regional animal control?
So he has this, it's just, it's just our support of animal control annually is $50,000. And that
Regional, so it's us and, at this point, it's us and.
in East Hampton, and we each put in about 50.
Okay.
And ours includes, so I put it, it's like 40,000 plus some fees. So the number we came up with years ago and the way the revenue fund tracks and the fund balance, 50,000 seems to be the right number because it's providing us enough money to replace vehicles when we need to, and if he needs the body cams, the money's there for them. So this makes sense. I wouldn't look to cut it.
Yeah, no,
If we
no.
start bringing in more towns for some reason and their proceeds are greater and we can cut ours, yes, but at this point, 50 seems to be the right number. Fire marshal's asking for too much money.
Yep.
Way too much.
0.7%, that's pretty good. So this is where all the fire prevention stuff is I have.
Oh, yeah, you've got 30, just about the same number they have, so that's,
We never, that's where I buy all the fire prevention stuff, it's for town.
Yeah, so that's kind of, we can take it out of the other place then.
Yeah, that's where October Fire Prevention Week comes out of and whatever else we need throughout the year.
That's in October?
October, yeah. Been a little screwed up the last 2 years, but we've been figuring it out.
So I have to know in 2021, what was the $2 that you spent on postage?
I can't answer that. Like, I don't know if
It
your
actually
goes out,
made
I don't
it,
know.
it made a figure, actually.
You must have mailed something.
Do you handle the lit up or the reflective numbers that people put out by their mailboxes and or houses?
No, the fire department was selling those as a fundraiser.
Okay.
So you can get them through them, but yeah, they were selling them and.
Because I would
I
encourage
would be like, give them
us to
away
do a
for
lot more
free.
PR on that and.
PR
yeah.
or just give them
All
away
the
for
address
free.
markers, there's a whole thing on the fire department page on the
I know.
website
Is there, yeah.
that people can print off the sheet and order them and send it in and.
Can
how
we
much
put
it
a little
costs.
button or a little burst or something on the front page of our web page to just say, get your fire, blah, 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 go to, just, because I'm telling you, houses are not marked.
And it goes in
Been
the
to a lot
So
of
event.
dangerous.
Every year, there's an article in the events magazine
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
marking your house. The fire
So
department.
maybe we can kind of brainstorm about that just to see where else can we put it? Can we put a little fire burst at the door at Two Wrestling Cats? Wherever, like where do
Yeah.
the people go? And just because I think we need more of it in our town, especially with long driveways and woodsy areas and places.
Yeah,
It's just,
completely-
I am so concerned. I get it. If it's on fire, we'll find it, as we drive through the woods. But if somebody's having a heart attack or somebody's bleeding out, we cannot find them. You can.
Right, and then it's.
I would
And
say
then you're moving a
I'm
weird
so far off the road, man.
ambulance around,
40% of the houses out there you couldn't find if you were
Keep
bleeding.
linking the website page to Facebook announcements
Yeah.
on a regular basis.
Lori?
That
Lori
seems to
and,
be where people go.
Jeff?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
And then they share it.
That one?
But some of the
Maybe-
older folks
Oh,
are
sorry,
not
field
on
stuff.
Facebook.
Yeah, no one knew that.
I mean,
Senior
Oh,
center.
maybe
Facebook has
Brad
Yeah, we
in
didn't
the
find
senior
it.
Brad.
center,
Yeah, that's
and
my
maybe
Ruth's
the
house.
senior
That-
center, we
that's it.
could
That was
see
the
if they
one.
have some type of money
just
that,
worry.
oh, I am with you.
I
After
have
door
knocked on
knocking,
doors.
I
Yeah.
was like,
I'm telling you.
everyone's gonna die in this town, you can't find it, and we were knocking during the daytime,
Yeah.
let alone like,
And this is better than it's been.
The what?
It's better than
It's better, yeah, but I
maybe
still
I
think
wonder if
there's still work to be done.
we could do a small fundraiser for the senior center or something so that we can help people just buy them and get them up. Cause it's such a public safety hazard,
Yeah.
So it's a pretty good deal. The fire department actually installs them.
Yeah.
You buy them and they install them. So it's not a bad deal, actually. You buy them and they
yeah,
come.
I would
we
love
talk
to
to
have
Brad about doing.
Everybody have a number on their house. I know it's silly, but,
No, I completely agree with you.
all right, highways.
So, as you walk down these wages, and Eric, I alluded to it before, we have a road superintendent budget, road crew, mechanic, assistant. The next two pieces, so when the transition was made, and we had all these grants over our heads, FEMA and the bridges, we brought in an experienced finance director to aid in that. While I knew how to do it, I just couldn't absorb it. So if you combine that and the crew leader, if you're looking to make some changes, because that position, the special projects grants management, she's not a grants writer. And the FEMA's starting to close and the bridges are pretty much closing down. Those two wages add up to $114,188 that you could repurpose. So you have some flexibility within that budget to achieve what you guys are looking to do, if potentially looking to do.
Well, you said that was plural. It sounds like it's only singular right now.
No,
so-
no, I'm there with you too. And part of what we're doing with HR is looking at this as well, okay? So this is one of the values that HR brings to us, is that they can look at structure of departments and say, here's how it looks, here's what's going on. Is it run efficiently? Should we make changes? And again, to our point of what we were saying before is, new administration, not that we're here to like rip apart every, department and what's going on in town each time, but when we see something where it needs some work, I did not take this position to be the superintendent of public works. I'm not doing it. I'm going there a lot lately, but I'm not doing it because I don't have the expertise, and I can't help them with some of the things that they seriously need somebody who's a director of Public Works to do. And I think there's also other things that a director of Public Works can do. From what I've seen in other towns and other positions, Public Works handles a lot of the grants, the FEMA things, all this kind of stuff. So do we have somebody who's doing that now? Or no, we're kind of piecemealing it. How do we rectify it? So I'm absolutely in agreement with trying to figure out what the best way is to move ahead on this is.
But unlike maybe wanting to add a police officer or something, you have funding in place that you can adjust accordingly.
So thank you. That was exactly what I was asking.
I knew you were.
Yeah,
You
it
clarified it now that I see it, that you clarified that for me.
Because we didn't slash the budget, we just,
moved it
we-
around and like shifted responsibilities for.
but we didn't take the money out.
Gotcha.
One thing to tell you guys, because I won't be here next year, so write it down, you have 2 new people. So we had a nice little drop in Public Works and we had a lot of transition because they come in at a lower rate.
Yeah.
So there's 2 guys in here at a lower rate. So next year, there's gonna be a blip to bring them up. So we realized savings for a few years and then it,
So again, I'm not privy to that information either.
as
far
part
as
of the union
factual-
contract, yeah. So we had a nice little dip,
Right.
but then when they all had their years of service, it was like, whoa. But we got to enjoy the drop for a little while it lasted.
I mean, believe it or not, I don't just read contracts for my enjoyment or personal.
Come on, they're great.
Got a book if you want to borrow it. Get through it in a weekend.
They're great. There's only 8 of them.
There you go.
So overall, I guess his biggest increase was garage supplies. And low sip and tar are below.
So just FYI, one of the things that I'm looking into in regards to this is some of the training, and we're obviously obligated through this whole OSHA thing to get certain trainings done, which we are doing for free through KERMA. But we have found that there are other deficits in training, and some of those trainings that KERMA can offer might not have what paid training, and so we're looking into that. We don't know yet. For example, chainsaw operation. Apparently KERMA has a course, but it's limited in scope as far as what it allows the guys to do, guys and gals, whoever is over there doing it. So we have to look at that and see whether or not, personally, I want to look at the KERMA course and make sure that the assumptions that are being made in regards to that training are indeed correct. But if we need to go elsewhere for outside training, we may have to pay for that training. So not to say that it's going to be within this budget or not, I have no idea, but I'm just letting you guys know that there are some certifications apparently that they're still lacking, and we don't know whether or not KERMA can do it for free or whether or not we might have to go outside to do it. So that might change the budget or be what maybe this increase of $500 includes. Not sure.
And I was just looking at propane because it's up 6,000, but this year's budget's 7,500 and have already spent 8,730.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to look at garage supplies as well.
Linda, are we locked in
Pardon?
on everything
No,
for propane? So in other words, this building does Osterman's. Are
This
we
is
locked?
Osterman, and we do have a contract that renews year to year with Osterman for this building at 25 cents over Selkirk.
Right, you got it to be 1 year?
But it's
Or
1
3
year
years.
renewable. No, the 3-year contract's already up.
Okay,
We signed a 3-year contract when we first moved into that building. It's up. Newt negotiated with them another contract, which is the same thing, 25 cents over Selkirk.
right.
But it's a renewable contract. It'll renew on a year-to-year basis, it says, so.
Surprised they didn't make you lock into a longer.
Oh, that's what it said.
No, it was, it was year to year.
You still have to give them the 60-day?
We both have to agree on it.
Okay.
If we don't touch, neither one of us reach
So,
out, then it goes
I guess-
over 25 cents over.
The question is, have we tried to lock in all of our propane under one roof for that price for all the buildings?
We have not, and
And this is why I'm asking, are we locked in on contracts with the other propane?
for the other buildings, no. We're just calling the local vendor as needed for like the firehouses. Firehouse doesn't use much. You got 2 bottles out there. One is basically for cooking. That's what they use.
Yeah, but I think we were talking for that propane was just brought up for this, for the public works garage.
Yes, they do. Oshman's does not do them.
No, the local vendor does Public Works,
Say again?
and it's 40 cents over Selkirk.
Which I could definitely reach out to them and get a price on that too for Public Works.
You know, I know that usually they require a minimum. You have to at least maintain a certain amount of use to provide their price, but they might even go better than 25 cents if you can get them more usage.
Possibly, but they'd have probably come down here more.
I'm
smaller
not speaking
tank.
for them, I don't know.
Small, yeah.
And were you saying something about supplies?
Well, I just looked at,
Your workflow.
I could see the garage supplies too.
Sometimes,
He went from
Sometimes not
35 to
Sometimes it
70.
No, I'm saying like.
We're at 30 this year, so
I know.
maybe ask why he needs that increase.
Every building just throws their own dollar amount in.
You think you did?
Kinda that's where,
Did he what?
you know,
You thought he might have said something,
building should be
Teresa?
Yeah.
everyone should be under one roof for like propane, fuel oil.
I think that
Yeah,
was
I mean-
separate. I think we got a separate one on that one.
You get a better deal that way.
I think you would, but I can't.
That
speak
was
to
a separate meeting,
No, but
if you're looking for
I
it.
like the one vendor. Instead of having
Different
5%.
packet.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah,
It's a big fat one.
yeah.
Do it school hour.
But I think he was saying it's related to. Remember why the supplies went up so much, Eric?
On Public Works.
Garage supplies?
So, yeah, I was looking at it before too, and I know I made a note
But
of
when
that, and
we-
I was just
yeah.
in there.
I think
That's what I was just looking at because of that.
filters for
What did you say?
vehicles, parts for
And I got
tractors,
into another conversation about.
Okay,
cutting edges.
okay.
I think he was just saying.
So cutting edges were definitely one, but then I was asking about shelf stock, and he said he had enough from last year to cover, so remember we got into the whole discussion of shelf
Yeah,
stock.
I think
and
the parts for tractors and mowers was part of it because he was saying they're older and
Catch basin
everything is
cleaning.
much more expensive.
Shouldn't be in that.
Yeah, it's a propane question, but I didn't put any notes down for the supplies.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't either, and I don't know why I did not.
I can ask Steve to just articulate that a little more in an email.
I mean, I don't know why we didn't, because that's 100% increase.
Yeah,
I'm sure we did. Sure we asked.
The supplies?
yeah, but we,
mean,
What do you have? Do you have notes for that? Because I don't
Yeah,
have
what
it.
it was just the repairs or things for the tractors and the,
There was one where he talked about replacing a snowplow.
filters for vehicles, parts for tractors / mowers, cutting edges. But I don't, that's my vague notes
Oh,
that I
I
have.
remember him talking about cutting edges for the plows and
The
stuff.
plows,
And I
right?
think he was just saying that inflation is so high and there's such great lead times that, and he's, I don't know.
okay.
Would cutting edges for plows be, I know this is
Well,
like
that's-
ridiculous, but
yeah,
I mean, should that be under vehicle maintenance or is that just,
I think that's fine under supplies. It's just, I want to maybe beef up the note because as Eric said, it's 100% increase. So our note should really hone in on why.
Right.
And I think he also is just, he was like, if you look at the actual, he's like, I'm trying to be realistic for what actually is being spent out of that.
Right. And he's spent 29,000 so far as of January.
yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, right in there. Okay.
Snow removal, it's not snowing yet.
15 minutes, it said.
When does this fall?
So there's no increase there as far as,
Snow removal we've been doing on a 5-year average, especially when we were having those crazy winters. But when we have a light winter, we stick to the highest in that 5-year average, just because it makes more sense. Because if you don't, you'll get whacked with 100,000 you weren't expecting. So we just leave it, because 2021 actual was 149, but it's prudent just to keep it at the 252. Because in last year, when you look at tree care, because they were so under in snow removal, Board of Finance said go do some more tree care.
Yeah.
So we didn't transfer funds. I don't like to transfer and zero stuff out, because then when we're sitting here, we can't remember where we added and subtracted.
okay.
Just going back, I do remember him also saying, when we talked about capital, and it kind of relates back to this, he did mention about if they did not replace their sweeper, they would be looking to hire out on a yearly basis at 2 levels. It was like 45,000 and then 90,000 for like
65
excuse
if we
me,
provided
the
the
water
and something else.
and another truck for
'Cause that's
emptying it
gonna be
too,
2
and then
more
90
guys
for the
If they did the whole
hands-free.
job.
But that's $90,000 a year we'd have to budget for. That's, again, not accounted for here.
Right.
So again, it's gonna speak not only to
Is that in
capital.
capital,
It-
though?
He
So-
mentioned it about capital because of the sweeper.
Okay.
So if we decide not to buy the street
Sweeper, right.
then we have to put in 90,000 in operating. But if we do decide to buy it, then we don't need to put in 90. So it's just something that we should know. Exactly. Right, yeah. And the life cycle of the why can't
I don't
street
know.
sweeper?
Oh, they're-
I think he said it was 20 years.
I was gonna say
so,
20 years, yeah.
Like,
But again, he's talking brand new, which
Right.
you would get that life use out of it. And I think you mentioned that it was, what's his name, Fred bought one that was preloaded with miles.
Out in the
He
Midwest.
drove it from
Wisconsin.
He drove it from Wisconsin to here, which put 57,000 miles on it.
Okay.
We had to do a bid waiver on that because you can't bid out used used equipment, there was
Right.
no bid options for that kind of stuff.
That came from an auction? Is that when you
He
say?
found it.
It was
in
a
one of
surplus somewhere, yeah.
his public works listservs and, that they all belong to, so.
Yeah.
I wonder how fast you can drive one when it's not.
Like, probably top speed is like 10.
I know, I was gonna say, I was like, how long did that road trip take that? Like, someone jogs alongside.
So on the transfer station, we're looking at 65,000 more increase. Is that just tipping fees are going up? Is that?
I have a note here to email him, because Beth used to give us a breakdown. So I think it'd be important to just walk us through that breakdown. So I will email him asking for that.
Okay, I think we were asking that question.
And I chatted with him quick the other day, but I think it'd be very important just to see how that figure was arrived at. So I will email him on that.
I'm just curious about this electricity charge, just to see is everybody putting in 111 increase on electricity, like the
I
one?
think he said there's an extra compactor up there, so.
And, but if you look, last year's actual was on 14,000. I think it was budgeted too thin this year.
Yeah,
And there's,
since
He's
there's
just
that
doing
extra,
it to
yeah.
actual, okay.
and there's streetlights in there as well.
So there's 6 more compactors that got put in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking
That
streetlights is
too.
public works, sorry.
Yes.
But yeah, he's budgeting to
Oh, yeah.
actual.
That's right.
Okay,
Yeah, that
Then
wasn't
that's fine.
last year, that was,
all right, so yeah, if we can just get a breakdown on that, then we have a better
Okay.
understanding.
Tree
Care
care,
removal?
my favorite budget.
Half of the
Why
town
is
didn't have
that?
electricity yet. I'm like, why is East Haddam still at the top of the list of being people without electricity. It was so annoying.
Any changes to
I'll tell you,
this?
there was a lot of like debris just like on, coming down on the state roads.
Route 16 yesterday, down wires, down branches, branches on wires hanging over the
I heard
the
East Hampton
roadway.
was a disaster.
It was a mess. It was a mess driving through there yesterday.
But I was watching all day, we had the highest percentage of households out of electricity.
I heard from one person.
Good for you. People are just used to it now, we're like,
Yeah.
all right.
This is for our own crew, or is this for?
It's a combination. So, and not to, I don't know totally what they're doing now, but a lot of times they would come take the trees down and our crew would remove them, so we weren't paying for that piece. So it's in tandem, and they really, Eversource has gotten better at coordinating with our crews, because they'd say they weren't gonna do a street, and we'd plan on it, and they'd get there, and there'd be someone there removing the trees from Eversource.
And we're only touching town roads, correct?
Correct. And how long were you guys planning on going today? Because I know you guys are gonna meet Wednesday, and I
7:30 or
rescheduled.
8 this night, right?
I was like, I know you guys are planning on Wednesday, and I had an appointment on Wednesday that I rescheduled to this afternoon. I'm trying to juggle these schedules, so we'll see. Didn't know how long you wanted to go.
Which Wednesday was that?
Flexible.
In June.
I also had the entire day scheduled out, but if you're leaving, what time do you usually leave?
Like 2:15, 2:20, if possible,
Okay,
so I can be here Wednesday.
yeah,
Okay.
then we
That's
go
fine.
until then, or
We
a
go
little
till
bit?
you leave.
And when do you want to break for a quick lunch?
Well, we better break soon if she's leaving at 2:15, or we just get our food and come back, so we
Well,
can just
that's,
get it
and
done.
that's fine too.
Yeah.
I don't
How
mind
much more
working
do we-
through than sitting
But
over there.
I think
chatting.
though you've gotten through some meaty budgets if you want to go for a little longer. I think you got through some of the meatier ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I
yeah,
don't need to eat.
we might we might be able to do one
But be
pass.
careful though, because I think Linda might have prepared something. I'm not sure what you brought.
She did.
Why don't we get food and then eat in here?
We
Yeah, well,
certainly
that's
can do that.
fine. That's
Okay.
perfect.
And then we'll have things flagged for, I think that'll give us at least
Take a
enough time to make
10-minute
one
break
pass
or
through
15-minute
everything.
break just to get your
Oh,
food.
I'm
and-
sorry. I'm looking at that clock saying it's 1:45 or 20:02, but it's not.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I'm like, we better hurry.
Yeah.
Well, do you wanna see what we-
Do anything to get anything's ready, or no? Is it all ready?
Yeah, no, I have to do a couple things, so I'll go do that now.
Why don't we
and-
knock out some budgets while she does that?
Okay.
Youth and family.
Youth and family, I believe this includes the additional monies they're asking for to continue the local prevention council person, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they.
The loss of the grant.
Yeah.
I'm all for that. And I think it's worth every penny. As a matter of fact, I think in the future, I think our conversation that, we're preliminarily gonna have, that I'll be coming to you guys to talk to you about social services in general. And there's a need.
Absolutely.
I have no problem at all with this. You do good work.
The next budget, I'm thinking you haven't discussed, so I can bring you up to speed on it. Early Childhood Council is a partnership the Board of Ed and town embarked upon over a decade ago, and it's tied into a United Way grant. So the Board of Ed puts in a little money, we put in a little money, and the United Way puts in a little money, and it's for the early childhood program at the elementary school, which is fabulous. And they work a bit in tandem with Tony and Josh Martin, the Pupil Services Director, and it's a great little program and I think worth the town throwing the $9,000 in a year.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think it is kind of feeder to our schools, and there's a lot of good things, I think.
They've done such great stuff with that program. Health District.
This is, the 3.2% is nothing we can do about. It's one of those things.
You need health inspections. Senior center is wages and then building maintenance.
What do we have over there that we're anticipating building maintenance wise?
He said he cut himself too tight this year,
Okay.
so he's trying to gain back a little. Let me just look.
Yeah, I think he said he had been up at 20 and then gone, or like he had been really trying to cut. Every time Brad comes here, it's like he goes through every single expense and
Yeah.
how.
And his donations are, yeah, he's
Very well,
already
yeah.
spent $8,300 this year of his $9,500 budget. So he's just asking to make sure,
Like, exercise equipment's in here and.
right.
Maintaining that kind of
Yeah.
stuff, yeah.
We could shave it a little bit, but not a lot.
I'll put it down as a second pass.
And the increase in wages is contractual?
It's the third installment in the wage adjustments, and it is contractual, yes, there's a contract for that. Human services is, if you're done with senior, sorry, is unchanged.
Yep. And just, again, I don't know all the specifics of all of these, but some of what the social services conversation can be about is some of this too. So, you know, just FYI, we are spending money on social services in one form or another. And we're lucky that we have resources like this available to us, but we could maybe get it closer.
And when
And
I've
bring
had
things in.
conversations with these agencies, what ends up happening is people fall through the cracks in East Haddam, and the place where regional social services are really provided.
Absolutely.
They end up in Middletown.
Right, right.
And East Haddam, in my experience, is light on donations to those services compared to other communities,
Yeah.
very light.
All right, well, we certainly will encompass some of that in those conversations.
Cemeteries,
So the lawn care decrease on this is because we're now doing it through,
Yeah, our
Grounds.
department's doing it, yep.
okay.
But the rest is for cemetery committee and tree removal and gate and stone wall repairs.
So the governor's projected budget has a $75,000 increase to the neglected cemeteries fund. So it's for municipalities to apply to and so
we get
there might-
$2,500.
You get like $2,000, but there might be, I had said.
We've gotten it
Jen-
once before.
Okay, so that might increase since it's in
So-
the
Where's the
proposed
revenue
budget.
come from?
I had a conversation,
Okay.
No,
With-
from
We get
where?
it per plot.
Lots, right?
No.
Oh.
There's a numerous cemetery funds, Don, investments and what have you. And there is a cemetery fund that we don't manage, but we get interest distributions from it to maintain cemeteries. We have cemetery CDs that are non-spendable. One of them is, I think it's $39,271 we can't spend, but we can take some of the interest for cemetery.
that she works with, and she can tell you it's $32,791. Like, what
At this point, she's just saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And you're like, oh, yeah.
You know, my mother looked out the window one time when we were in Vermont. My husband was there. And my mother was like, "Oh, that's a really pretty tree. I wonder what that is." My husband says, "Oh, that's a Spanish apple tree." And my mother was like, "Oh, okay." And so maybe that's what you're doing.
No, I'm not.
Just like he was, you know.
You tell me.
This is a fund that's at Key Bank, I think, and we get a distribution of their interest. And we reflect their monies on our books as proprietary funds, but we don't control them. But they send us money. I
So
like
there's no
those.
real income from, I mean, are we full?
So that's what they're looking at because we are
The
full.
cemetery committee is actually gonna look at some of these things. And just an aside on this, I had a conversation with somebody who's interested in being on that committee yesterday, and she was very interesting because we apparently have Native Americans buried in our cemetery, and there's one
Second yard.
headstone left that's that old in actually the Mount Parnassus Cemetery that she actually wants to remove and put in to preserve it. But it's just so interesting that, you know, when you start talking about all these different things, you know, like your anecdotal information in regards to other things we were talking about today. But it's just interesting that you know, all of a sudden you realize, you know, this stuff is like, we really need to know this
Yeah,
stuff. Like, we
there's-
should know that we have Native Americans. And our Sipple Hill is the other place where we have, not Sipple Hill, Three Bridges, where we have another cemetery there that has Native Americans buried in it. And we're like,
Wow.
I think that's the oldest one.
that's the
I
oldest one.
believe that's the oldest,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's pretty crazy, right?
Yeah.
The oldest for Native Americans, yeah.
Oh, for Native Americans, I guess. The second yard is the oldest, correct?
I can't argue with you about that.
Well,
I can't
it's not an
answer.
argument. I'm half asking.
I didn't even.
Half asking.
Half
I
asking.
I didn't know that I was even there until a year ago. Second year.
Yeah, right, yeah, you
All right,
wouldn't.
so
Didn't even know that was there.
the library, this 3.3 is contractual, I imagine?
Well, it's, it's contractual for one person, and the rest is just the final wage adjustment.
So
Which the library is probably the smallest piece.
I mentioned this in our meeting with Mike in regards to the libraries, and that we do have people that have been working there a long, long time. And because they're not union, I had mentioned longevity things, because I didn't know that was only strictly union. But I don't know if anybody is interested, and again, this can go back to our personnel discussion later. But, you know, I'm just gonna put it on the list as something to talk about a little bit, in the fact that, you know, when we have somebody who's working 30 years, you know, is there something we can do, whether it's a small increase, whatever.
Print them off a piece of paper, so
We can
thank you.
print them off some paper and say.
We have
thank
pins, we do have years of service awards.
you. You're
Not to
the service-
trivialize, I don't mean to be.
No, I know, I'm just,
So I think we had also looked at the telephone, cell phone, right? At least I asked them that question, and we were gonna investigate on whether or not we could pull those phone service out and go with utilizing the network.
Correct, that's what Brian's looking into.
Right.
Yep.
So that's
there
being researched.
Might be some savings there.
And you probably talked about it, but the 5,000 in building maintenance, I mean,
Yeah, he just said it was being.
those buildings are so ancient that,
the buildings itself, just to keep
Yeah.
them maintained and whatever we need to do, whether it be
Right.
tape up the windows again, or
yeah.
You have that in
Replace the
capital, right?
treads on the stairs.
Window, at least a couple anyway, every now and then.
The
We
raft
do,
fund windows are in capital, yeah.
Actually, the marble fell off the Rathbun stairs last week.
what, Philip?
Marble risers
Okay.
and steps, yeah. So,
Yeah, those steps, man, they're like impossible. Like, every time I hear about them, it's like something's always happening with the steps. I'm like,
so they're
Right, and then-
officially
yeah, and then
falling off, so.
Elevator, they were like.
That's just a veneer?
Well, yes,
Different
well,
down the elevator
I
gets
think
stuck.
what they did is they put the marble over top of brick, and the brick are starting to go bad.
oof.
And so
Brick is porous.
now I think it's 100% replacement, or, I mean, we're just gonna be patching good on the bad and having it fall back off again.
Paint does an
So,
excellent
That just happened
marbling.
last week. The risers fell off.
So
Yeah.
cheap, so much.
But you're gonna have to have something historically correct,
Correct.
right?
And it's a consider an exit.
Oh, these are the outside marble steps. In the front that we don't use?
Well, you don't, but technically it's an exit,
Gotcha.
so, yeah, I mean, I don't. we gonna
That
look at-
rathbun,
Yeah.
at one point, because the doors kept coming open, they put a 2x4 through them to hold them closed, and it was like, you can't do that, it's a fire exit.
Looking into that, so I don't think that's not gonna be a cheap fix.
Oh, no.
No, that's gonna be, yeah.
The,
To keep them period quick, otherwise you could throw a $1,200 pair of concrete steps in there and be done.
As I said to Rick, yes, I don't think that would go over.
No, probably not.
Some precast and.
Precast, yeah.
the library revenue, library fees and fines, we know what that is. Both libraries give trust income. And then library donations, they receive cash donations.
That's like another thing in the list of East Haddam little miracles of money coming in.
Yes.
A lot of, that's like covers.
So, I'm sorry, did you say what the fees and fines were?
So
Oh, late fees, copy fees.
No, I think it's, so Mike changed from a model of having like a specific amount when you, like, if your book is late, you do a specific amount. And so rather than charging people fines, he just asks people to make a donation. And so, as a way to like not have people be scared to go to the library or something. It sounds like it's like a national model that they've
And then they,
adopted
and people use their copier and pay by copy and things like that.
Okay.
Recreation. I spoke with Lisa yesterday because I think there was some confusion. And if you look, I put Assistant Recreation Director. She's looking for someone 20 hours a week. And kind of the wage we modeled after the assistant at the senior center. So went in and said, well, if we're going to model the wage, why don't we just say Assistant Recreation Director? So it was someone who can back Lisa up and provide administrative support.
I think the question that came out was, in the past, did it come out of Deb's budget? Or did
Never.
it come out of rec?
Never out of Deb's budget, out of rec.
and that's why it's,
And there was money being budgeted for a rec assistant director that Lisa never really used. So that's why we're able to keep it pretty flat. Actually, it's a reduction. But no, money never came out of Deb's budget for work for recreation.
It was just the I know that Linda's like,
No.
we didn't know. But
Nope, it was accounted for separately. So overall, her budget's up 1%.
Yeah.
She does an amazing job.
Okay.
Done.
So these greens guys,
You know, my own personal observation in the last 13 years is how much better things look around here. Across the board.
Yeah, the guys are doing they're doing a good job maintaining everything, and I mean, they do stuff that, you know, you may not ask them to do, and they see it, they stop and do it, so that things have come a long way.
and they're taking over some of that cemetery maintenance, right?
Taking it all over. You know, obviously,
The
we're not,
reduction
we're
we
not
saw in
doing,
cemeteries.
yeah, we're not
is-
doing the trees or anything, but
one thing I did, do you guys take care of the garbage removal from the town beach?
I don't know how they do it with.
Is that new?
I can't take care of my lawn.
so, no, so let's go back and forth. So transfer guys are
The
going,
amount of, assets we're managing,
Whose request?
taking care of.
originally, I don't know.
It's,
But Public Works took their truck.
well, and that's why when you start looking at all these different buildings and
Started
stuff,
doing it, Jeff.
55,000 in a maintenance fund is,
And
Right.
no matter what you do, it's 2 hours. By the time you make the beach, you go down to the river, you come here, and you take, it's 2 hours. So I said to Steve, I said, we can't do it anymore, because that's 2 hours. Jeff's only here from 6 to 12 anyway. So, so transfer station took it back. Once they got the truck back, they went back and picked trash up.
but they don't have a truck, I think.
They got, well, the blue one, I think, is back. The blue Chevy, I thought that came
So
back,
the old blue one?
yeah.
Yeah.
But then we run into problems, if there's 2 guys there, one can't leave.
Correct.
So it may not get picked up. So then we're back to us picking it up.
Okay.
Which there is, and I did
What are you picking up?
trash,
Trash.
Oh,
which I find a little odd at the beach, because there's a dumpster there, which hiding behind the portalet that nobody even knew was there. We kind of stumbled upon it there, so I'm not sure why we have a dumpster there.
Huh. So in other words, when the guys are, I guess what I'm asking is it it sounds like it's a whole special operation just to grab trash instead of just doing it while the lawn, you know, while they're doing the lawns or doing the, but if there's a dumpster there, we probably shouldn't be televising because then people will use it.
It doesn't get used.
So,
whose is it? Is it
Yeah.
Towns or is it Olson Sanitation? Like who's got a label on it?
Now I'm drawing a blank. I looked at it last year. Maybe Jansky's.
We gotta look and see.
Maybe it is.
but you know what I'm saying, then it's just the trash bag into the dumpster and we're done with it, and then it's not a
Well,
special operations.
To me, it would be lifeguard on his way out.
All right,
grab
there you go.
And throw it into the dumpster, now it gets picked up.
Right.
Nicholsville we pick up. That was another one we contemplated throwing a dumpster at, but it was gonna be, everybody was gonna use it. On Sundays, they stopped there, throw their stuff in, whatever. Couldn't lock it, because you'd have to give a key to the baseball people, you'd have to give them, you know, so and
Yeah.
same thing down to the boat launch. We don't pick it up, and they throw it all over the ground. So then we're picking it up, raking it up on the ground. And if you take the garbage can away, they throw it on the ground. So,
Oh, absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not.
I've seen the state facilities, that's,
Lunch is ready, guys.
Yeah.
So
Why don't we just go grab it and we'll finish this when we get back.
So after you were saying that with the power outages, I just
My
got a Google
fault. Yeah, I
about
got
East
it.
Haddam
Yeah.
being without
yeah, no, that's
power.
actually excellent, instead of making it up. Whole operation.
yeah, no.
which is always better.
Right, now you just don't exercise for everything. You stay for as long as possible.
Well, I don't see any snowflakes yet.
I got.
It's, the way I understood it, it's gonna be 15 minutes of blind out, not be able to see anything.
And apparently there's 2 of them, right?
I don't know.
There's 2 waves of it coming.
See what weather has to say.
I got my e-weather.
That's what I was doing too.
Were ya? Yeah, he's
Yeah.
awesome.
I agree.
He's so good.
So weather thinks they're not gonna move until 3 or 4. Or arrive.
The other one I look at is weather bug,
Oh, I haven't.
and you can actually go to a map, and it'll move.
That's nice.
We'll see. Here's the,
Cool.
and then you can get it to move, and then you can actually see where it's. Yeah, weather bug. It's a cool app.
Yeah.
You can literally put in if I'm going to upstate New York, you can
Yeah.
put in upstate New York, and you can
See
know
what-
the weather where you're going, or you can dream about places and put in the French Riviera and see it's 70 degrees there and sunny.
One day it'll be consistently warm here again.
Yeah, I should be here any minute.
How did we make these?
Probably pre-cooked them, warmed them up.
There might be a griddle.
Last night we were gonna go out to eat, and we were both so tired, we had grilled cheese sandwiches with ham, and it was just perfect.
Right. You didn't have to go anywhere. We ended up saying we're gonna go out to eat, but we had to stop and get auto parts for my daughter's Jeep because Steve's working on her Jeep today. We had to buy lots of Jeep parts because he didn't know how bad the brakes are gonna be and how bad, I guess there's a heater core issue, and we're just like, oh my God. And he's like, do you wanna get something to eat? And I'm like, yeah, I guess so. And literally on our way home, we were like, how about Indian? How about that? You know, depending on what was between here and home, that's what we had. So we had to go to Middletown, so we had lots of options.
Yeah, that's fun. Have you been to Parkville in Hartford at all?
Not yet.
It's really fun.
Is it good?
I've been dying to try it.
It's so much fun. It's
There's a
it's,
small one like that in New Britain.
oh, I heard that there was. Yeah,
And
I haven't
we
been
hit that
there.
one up, but I haven't hit up Parkville yet.
It's just like a bunch of, it's essentially, it's like a bunch of food trucks, but they're stands and they're all inside, and
Yeah.
any type of food or cuisine that you would possibly want.
Mm. I haven't
really
hit that
fun.
one up. The one in New Britain's not bad, but there's only, 4 of them in there.
Yeah, I think Parkville has 13 or 14.
Mm.
And then I think there's a rooftop bar, but I'm not sure.
In Parkville? I
Yeah.
think you're right. I think I remember hearing that. Are we being taped as we eat?
Hmm?
Yeah, we're being taped.
Taped,
Yes,
but I don't
we're-
think we're live.
We're alive, we can't stop it.
Right, but we're not, are we? did we
We're not
have
live
a
streaming.
stream?
We're not streaming.
So our crunching. Here.
So it'll just be recorded, that's it.
So we could always ask Ryan to stop it and say lunch break and reconvene it,
I don't care.
so the world doesn't see us eating lunch.
Oh, they're gonna see us. Their
Like
comments about
we
making fun of us while we eat will be old.
Right.
They won't be live.
There you go.
Thank you, Linda.
Thanks, Linda.
Thanks, Linda, that sounds
I
incredible.
especially love the hot grilled
You
cheese.
what?
I love the hot grilled cheese.
Trying to think of something different to do. I didn't want to do lunch meat again.
Tuna's really good.
One of the perks of doing budgets.
I know. I always eye the chips. I'm like, oh gosh, it's so exciting. I feel like a little kid in elementary school.
So are we anticipating some repairs there, Don, on the,
What budget are you on?
Greens.
Yeah. We have an increase, well, obviously we increased the equipment a little bit for maintenance because we had a lot of breakdowns this year.
okay.
So, we're actually, stuff is, our people are spending more time fixing it. So it's been a lot of parts. So it's been, that one mower is aged quite a bit and it's on its last legs for, useful life.
Do we have something in capital for a new mower?
We do, yep.
So that could conceivably come down if we
We
end
could,
up
because
that one.
the most of the money's going to that one unit. So, we could drop that down some. The flagpole at Millington Green needs to be replaced. That's rotting, it needs to be done, taken out. We're partnering with Little League to take over maintenance of airfields. They have agreed to buy us a machine to use on all the fields, town-wide, that we can use for infielding. And we were gonna pick up some clay and stuff for the infield, so there's additional cost to that. And the other was after, with the OSHA stuff and the training, is we definitely need steel-toe boots for our guys here, for the chainsaws and stuff. And included with that was pants for them too. They're the only ones that don't get uniforms town-wide. We did get them t-shirts and safety shirts for last year, and safety coats for the winter. But that's the last piece that's missing is the pants and the boots. That's the upcharge, the additional for the budget. And I'm assuming there's some salary increase in there too, I'm assuming. That's up 8.5%. But, yeah, the big one was for other supplies, but maintenance there.
The 8.5 on the salary contractual? No?
The salary, we didn't budget enough last year, or this year.
So it's a catch-up?
And the cell phone is new because our last Mike didn't have one because he used the animal control phone. So it's an increase for Ricky to have the phone.
Anybody have any questions about this one? Lakes.
Over the years, there's been different schools of thought on the lakes about dividing it equally. They've been asking that the remaining funds go into their reserves. That's something the Board of Finance would have to set policy on.
Personally, I think keeping it even is fairer, in my mind. I mean, if I was a lake resident, you know, I wouldn't want lakes, you know, one lake or another, or get a preferential treatment and budgeting and all that. It's lakes is lakes, they pay their rate.
And I think I said last week, what would happen is every year, everybody's would get transferred to Lake Hayward.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
So, I don't,
You want to put that on the list for discussion, or do you want to do anything with it now?
is it looks like it's budgeted now even.
Mm-hmm.
But the request is.
The requested is not.
Is not.
Oh, I see what you're saying, okay.
And I think that it seemed like they came up with the request together, but I don't.
It was just different, same activity, but different, not durations, levels of activity.
Right, yeah.
You know, I understand that The allocations may be different. I don't like the, at the end of the year, shuffling it all around. So either you need it or you don't. But at the same time, if Board of Finance was to say they could each transfer into their reserves, I understand that, but I don't like shuffling it around at year end.
Where one of them will come in and say, hey, we didn't spend anything on Bayshore this year. So can you move it over here, and then you're moving it around.
So,
So those numbers are what they presented as what they thought in regards to buying pet, or I don't know, herbicides or pests, but like applications for weed control. And
Well, so that's a great point. So it looks like Bashan is right around your budgeted, last year's budgeted, so keep it at the 8 then. There's your cuts. Keeping it at least at the minimum.
it was upped a little last year. It was 7,500 the year prior. And you can see how it was expended.
Right.
And you don't, so in order to get the money, to get the 3,000, they had to spend 6, and they have to prove to us they spent. And how much they spent, and we give them up to, we give them half up to the budgeted amount.
I think Bayshore said they were doing some type of application that's on a multi-year cycle, so this is the cycle where it's gonna be more expensive for them.
So, any thoughts?
Yeah, I propose.
Yeah, I
keeping it.
have lots of thoughts.
On this,
This.
keep it at the 8 each?
Well, I mean, I guess they know what they need in order to maintain the assets that we have. If we're talking about invasive weeds, which is a big issue, they've all been able to support that as best they can with the funds that they have. If their numbers that they're asking for are different because of the different ways in which they're doing that, like, for example, I'm assuming Moodus Reservoir is asking for the money that they're asking for because of the operation of the harvester. Are they looking, were they
I
looking
think
for?
all of them were looking for harvester money. It's just the amount of the donation.
I don't think the harvester can be used on the other lakes.
Harvester's Moodus.
It's only
only.
Moodus.
They bought
I could have swore I saw all of them.
it. No,
The harvester can only work on weeds that grow from the bottom. And Bashan is too deep. And I want to say Lake Hayward might be too deep as well, but I'm not positive on that, or there might be sections of that.
because we had asked when they first came out with it, could it be shared by all the lakes? And the answer was no.
And it was only because of how the harvester works.
Right.
So Bayshore said there was a modest increase in FY '22 to '23 due to increases in lake restoration, which is weed treatment and aquatic plant monitoring. Lake Hayward said their increases came from invasive weed control and more utilization of consulting limnologists to test water quality and track historical trends. Because I think they said Chatham was doing some of that for them. And they also have a new project in the tracking of watershed stream sampling from brook streams and other outflows into the lake. And the Moodus Reservoirs increases the increased utilization of the eco harvester.
I think with them, they needed a trailer or something.
Yeah, there's also
That was a
there's
cow
capital
truck,
requests.
trailer. Play tricks over here.
I guess a question on the truck and a trailer situation, because that's kind of capital. And,
They've asked for that in capital.
Yeah.
right, okay, so we'll get to that then. Is this, then in this, is this just operational?
Correct.
Oh, here's your snow. It's
Ah.
here, it's here. They're unique pieces of property, they're unique lakes, they have their unique needs, I guess.
And
So I thought you just made the comment that you'd like to see.
No,
them
I mean,
all
this is why
equal.
I'm thinking that if it's all equal, then we need to bump everybody up. Make it all equal. Or if we go down,
give
or we
them,
leave it flat, then they're gonna not be able to do the invasive weed control that they need to do, and it's gonna turn into a problem, so.
So the suggestion be to move to Board of Finance with the requested amounts, but ask the Board of Finance to establish a policy for remaining funds instead of letting them play the shuffle around.
I like that.
this way Cindy's the best. She'd be like,
That's great, let's do that.
Okay.
Because we understand the unique needs of each individual lake and body of water. We appreciate their stewardship, but we have to recognize the cost as well. How's that?
Sure.
I gave you the BOE sheet, Board of Finance appropriates to BOE, but just to show you the education cost sharing grant and adult ed that come in.
$1 change.
we were supposed to go down, but we were held harmless with the last budget.
Right, so far.
So
I'm an optimistic person,
No, I
but the
know,
state
I
of
just-
Connecticut doesn't get that optimism.
No,
but the governor's proposed budget didn't have any changes to the
No, it
ECS
did not.
formula.
And debt service. Unfortunately, you can't change that. And then you have the interfund transfers, which I went over this morning, and the highlight in green where I held the capital amount at current year
until we get through that.
till we get through capital. And then again, you can see all the revenues that come in. And then the last page is fringe benefits. And second to last, sorry. Second to last page, fringe benefits. And I've made a note, if you decide to adjust any positions again, I'm gonna have to go in and update this page. And there's three types of retirement systems. One is the town employee 5% after-tax match. The next is the Teamsters, those that participate in the municipal employee retirement fund at the state level. And then we have the firefighter pension plan, which has a defined benefit and a defined contribution. And we fully fund that. Even when, if like the actuarial is in there at $64,004, in the past, if the actuarial amount changed to go down, we still put the full amount budgeted in to make sure we're funding or overfunding the pension. Just because that seems to be the prudent thing to do. Health insurance is based on current census. And you can see a slight increase to insurance stipends. And again, life insurance, and we haven't notified employees, but employees have greater life insurance now. We increased it by $20,000, except for those that are affected by collective bargaining that are higher. And then the last page has no numbers on it, which we need to do. See if we can assign some numbers.
So on this one, the ordinance is being looked at from the lawyers, bond counsel as well as our general counsel. And there are some changes that we're making to it, but generally it came straight from statute, so we're not deviating from statute pretty much. So that being said, in the statute, for example, it says 10 people and, what we need to do to put those people in place, et cetera, et cetera. And then really the only other thing that we have to do separate of this statute is to figure out the area in which their purview is gonna be on. But in their, I would assume their deliberations, there's gonna have to be, communications to the town in some way, similar to the way, any other board or commission would put an ad in the newspaper or put an insert in the newspaper, that this is what they're doing, whatever. They might have, a secretary or somebody taking minutes, recording secretary person, whether or not that's in there or not. And again, part of the problem is we don't have them anyway, so maybe we don't have to put that in there, but, if we could find them, that would be something that they might want to have on there. And then we had mentioned it earlier today in regards to any kind of design study, feasibility study, market study, whatever. Those are kind of things that have been floated. We do have a pile of studies that have already been done over the years for this particular piece of property or the area, or plus the plan of conservation development. So we do have a lot of stuff that is independent of any developer, any idea that has come through the town as far as this particular piece of property goes over the years. So that some of the stuff that we have already is independent, and that's one of the things that from the public hearing that we had and meetings that we've had about it, that people are calling for. But so some of that we already have. So my point being is that I don't think, in my humble opinion, that we need a full-blown, because a lot of those studies have been done, brownfields and all kinds of studies have been done. So it would probably be of this, this agency to determine what pieces might be missing, and then that study probably should be done to have a complete picture of what everybody feels is necessary to have done. Again, I could be wrong. They could start looking at all those studies that we have and say we got everything we need, but I'm just saying that if we do put any kind of money into the budget for that, I don't know that it would be, like what we're doing for broadband, $20,000. I don't see that as being. So if we did put something in there for something, it would be, I'm thinking, and I have no idea really, $5,000 maybe? I don't know. I don't know what those numbers look like, what they're like.
Got cut.
Last year, the Board of Finance started with 100,000
For studies for that?
for study, in just overall, and it made it through one iteration at 50, and then when the budget failed, I think it got cut completely.
Okay. So anyways, that's what I'm thinking off the top of my head as far as what I'm seeing is, what we need to think about as far as at least the items. What the actual number are, I'm gonna just say, what do you guys think, or what do you suggest, or?
So I just went to P&Z quickly for like maybe some of numbers. So P&Z on advertising and legal spends $1,200. This will not be as extensive as P&Z, so like I'm like making numbers up, right? Half
Right.
of that, does that 600 for
Advertising?
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to.
I mean, I think we need to do something because this is going to, we are gonna do something with this. This is something that we have to form.
What are they gonna advertise for? For a person to do a feasibility study? What is their advertising going to be? And the reason why I ask is I'm trying to put
They
it
have
in
to
my
do
head.
legals.
Yeah, I don't know if
I'm trying to put it in my head.
They're gonna have
what
to
kind of
do-
legals
they're
are
gonna
they
have-
gonna have?
They are going to have votes. They're gonna have town meetings.
Yeah, but town
nothing
meetings
else.
come under, like, we're not doing their town meetings? They're doing their
They
own
have
town
to
meetings?
call for them. No, I don't know. You tell me. I'm new to this municipal.
Yeah, no, I would expect that would come under your
So-
town meeting. They would.
They would come to us and say, we wanna have a town meeting for this vote.
Right,
Whatever,
and you would put it on our town meeting
Just like
call,
we do it.
you know.
Okay.
I would
that's
assume,
fine.
but I have not read the ordinance and what powers it gives them.
Yeah.
Like, even the building committee, I'll give you an example for this building. The building committee, the charge of that committee, which is similar to the ordinance, which is gonna be the charge of that committee, gives the building committee the authority to sign contracts, schematic designs, do this, do this, do this, do this. But when they had to go to a town meeting, they still had to come and call a town meeting through the normal town meeting functions.
Yeah, and I believe that
So
that's
the
how we're
town
gonna have
meeting
to
call would still fall under our legal notice, which is in the selectmen's budget.
Right, okay. So
But I'm just trying to understand, are they gonna be doing bids? Are they
I
gonna
was
be
just gonna say,
doing,
there are RFPs, RFQs.
you know, are they gonna be doing anything of that nature? Because, in my head, I know it's
They
like,
could.
it's like $189 for the legal notice for the RFP we just did for the attorneys.
Right.
You know, I
So
kinda.
yeah, so that could be part of it, yes.
And it was $400 for that same legal notice in the Harper Current. So they're big, you know.
Maybe we leave it at 1,000.
You know, that's where I'm trying to go with this. What are you looking to do?
Right.
You know, and I didn't build, in our legal notice budget, I didn't build extra in there for this. Because most of all the legal notices, you know, I think Jim has a legal notice line in his budget, we have a legal notice line in our budget. You know, I didn't build extra in for anything for them into the general legal line budget and the selectmen's budget. But I don't know what they would need to do.
I'm assuming that the professional services, engineering, stuff like that, PE,
If it's over 15,000, they'd have to go out to bid or RFP, RFQ. Under 15,000, you can get quotes, and you don't have to
so,
advertise.
yeah, are quotes free anymore?
Sorry? Yeah, they'll give proposals. They'll give proposals.
Right,
It all
but-
depends, I don't know what kind of money we're talking
So
about.
I guess that's what I'm trying to ask maybe is, you're asking for a
That's,
proposal
that's
on
the
what?
Ashton Tucker,
Well,
right?
that's what my
the
point is,
Indian.
what are they gonna need?
Right.
Um,
What's the end game?
Some of our ordinance information came from their stuff too.
you know, what is their
So Preston's
authority?
operating budget for their redevelopment is 100 and how much?
158,000.
Well,
But they
they-
might have a much broader scope than what we're.
I'm still learning,
That's what I was.
but they, I mean, that's for the old hospital,
Hospital.
and it's a
property.
partnership with Mohegan Sun.
Yeah,
Right.
but yeah, I'm just.
And
was
I
trying to
think they
find-
get state money for that as well. I think. Still learning.
I mean, that's a sizable budget for,
Yep.
Well,
not really.
down there.
If I can get more info before your next meeting, I'll give it to you.
I don't want to put Cindy in an awkward spot about. But I'm trying to think of who else has Glastonbury has a redevelopment agency.
Middletown, you can check Middletown.
West Hartford, I think.
New Britain,
Norwich.
New Britain does. I thought Saybrook had a redevelopment agency to do that small little section that they had,
Who? New Britain?
Old Saybrook.
Oh,
New
Old
Britain
Saybrook.
had, New Britain has, I'm just thinking of the towns when I did that TIF workshop,
Yeah.
that tax increment financing workshop, some of the smaller towns that had like TIF districts.
Not
And, you know.
trying to Google search myself phone.
I was gonna say.
I was just like,
So, I mean, you're gonna have another meeting, you don't necessarily need to decide today, but I want to start building that other column. And what I can do, yeah, and we can put stuff up on the screen next week as you start to make changes.
but yeah.
But food for thought, I don't know if you want to try to flush it out in any way. I know you've been working with a gentleman from town, maybe he'd have some recommendations. Is it Jeff Walter?
Walter, yeah.
He might have recommendations as to what the town
Part of the
should,
budget.
yeah, should plan on
Working with
for
him.
our entry fee for this.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
All right, why don't we come back to that on Wednesday after we check a few more redevelopment agencies and get the ordinance nailed down a little bit more so we know exactly what they're gonna be charged with. Sound like a plan? So I can try and get all, what I can get for you for Wednesday on that one.
In planning for Wednesday, I'll walk through capital and just summarize the capital requests and the funding sources for each, so that you have a feel for, because we have in ClearGov, we do a to be determined, just because as you work your way through, you don't necessarily know where things are gonna land. And there's 6 million in to be determined in there, so.
And that is 6 million just for next, so that was part of the, like, the complicated part, not complicated, but confusing, maybe? Going out so many years, having all of those years
Right,
worth of.
so that in the book, though, if you look, there's the summary for next year, and then there's the detail all the way out
Right.
as the appendices, but yeah.
We caught on finally, but.
So, but I think the key component for you is to say, this is what's requested, and this is, you know, the ones I can peg where you can fund from, and then the to be determined you might want to look at. Because I can see there's a big public works project in there for Falls Basin's culvert, $2 million roughly.
Oh, can you explain that bridge thing? Like, we touched on that a little bit, but how you gotta fund the whole thing, even though we might have a 50%.
Right, so, again, anything, if we get confirmation of the grant, I would put the budget in as 2 million and then say X amount in state funding and X amount in either taxation, bonding, ARPA. Because the ARPA coming, there may be some opportunities for, not the ARPA,
The governor's proposed.
no, the president, the one coming from Washington
Oh, the
Street,
infrastructure.
Washington. So we may have some opportunity for some of these public works projects if we're ready to go. And that's the other conversation for y'all to have, is do you look at some of the ARP money, which is 2.6 million, and allocate some for matches? A lot of towns, and we heard about that from Mark Bowen, a lot of towns are saying, we're gonna take X amount and set it aside for grant matches. So that if something comes up and, oh my goodness, Falls Basin is perfect for this, and it's 2 million, and we can say, we have a 10% match, or we have whatever it is. So they're saying you might wanna look to allocate some of that. And obviously, you can allocate it and then reallocate it, but it'd probably be nice to take a little pot of that money and tee it up for future grants.
And then could I just ask a question, because COGS actually is asking questions as far as how towns are using ARPA funds and they're doing surveys and all this kind of stuff. When they're, and this is just because I don't understand it, when they're asking how we're using it and whether or not we can use it, I understand the match thing fine, I understand other things fine. It's when they start talking about you can put it in as lost revenue.
Correct.
So what does that mean?
So the new one rule,
I mean, I have an idea, but I just,
and Teresa, correct me if I'm wrong, before we had all these requirements that you could spend the money on, and they were pretty narrow.
yeah.
But then they looked at it and said, if it's less than 10 million, you can just say lost revenue and do whatever you want. Sort of.
So I think, so the lost revenue
I mean, I
thing
read the
is like,
final rule stuff.
so the Connecticut's an anomaly in that our municipalities don't have any way to raise revenue other than property taxes. And so a lot of towns across the nation lost revenue because sales taxes from restaurant fees dropped off. And so the revenue replacement, I think, idea was really to be able to fill in those gaps for towns that raised revenue. And we might have, like, we had no idea that property taxes would stay level, right? It could, if everyone had lost their jobs and didn't get them
Right.
back, and we could have lost a bunch of revenue from property taxes. So I don't, the 10 million.
The one rule basically says with the 10 million threshold, we can just claim lost revenue with no explanation, is my understanding.
For all of our for.
That's my understanding.
So I guess I want to know the next step then, because if we claim the 2.6 as lost revenue, then we can say that 2.6, we can use X amount of dollars for HVAC, we can use X amount of
Right.
dollars for a grant, we can use X amount of dollars for.
That's my understanding, and other people I've been
We
discussing
don't
this
have to report
with.
that anywhere, we don't have to worry about that, because we've said 2.6 is lost revenue.
Well, we're gonna have to track it
Yeah.
and what have you. But yeah, basically, which cracks me up because I spent probably 12 hours doing the CRF.
$1,700, right.
Well, with that 100,000, see, hour after hour just double checking every invoice number and everything to file.
I guess that's where I
CRF.
have the issue. the
I know, me
question.
too. I mean,
Like, how can you all of a sudden just say, okay, well, don't worry about it, it's just lost revenue?
so we can,
I guess I'm concerned that we look at that and say it's lost revenue, and then we can just do what we want, and
I mean, the magic bullet for that initially was the HVAC at the schools because it was a big ticket and we didn't piecemeal it. But I do think it would be prudent to look at how much of it, at least initially, to set aside for grant matches. And it doesn't, it's not a budgeted item, but it should probably be stated in your budget somewhere in some narrative that you're looking to do that.
And to
I
the-
want to do that. I really do. I think it's
to
really
the
important because
HVAC,
it's only a
I
leverage
know,
to get
again,
more
the governor's budget's just
for
a
things that
proposed
we need
budget, but
infrastructure
there's a
wise.
Right.
50%, he has $90
they're
million
sending it out, I
of a
want it
50%
instead of
match
sending it
for
back.
towns for HVACs
Right.
for schools. And that's, has a lot of bipartisan support. I don't see,
Yeah, she was just saying that Lamont's budget has some funding for HVAC for schools.
for
Yeah, it does.
reimbursements, and so then we can say, okay, we're gonna use the 2.6 to just do the whole HVAC thing, but now it might be 1 million, and we'll only need to use 1 million of ARPA funds to match that, because the state's matching it.
And we still don't have firm quotes on that either.
Right.
And that with inflation. I sit on Long Range Capital Improvements Commission for my town, and the public works director there was like, some quotes, people wouldn't even hold 72 hours for him on things he needs to get done,
Yeah.
or less. It's crazy. So, you know, we can plan and quote, but it could change.
Right.
So the Putnam Redevelopment Agency has a professional services line of $4,000. Sorry, I'm not getting.
What's their like scope, or what's their geographical scope that they cover? You know, I mean.
Yeah, no, I know, it's so hard.
Because
to
that's what we're
figure
talking
out
about,
what-
right? Is the
like,
scale of
is
what we
the-
are versus what Preston was.
Right.
But also what they're looking to do. If you would like, the chairman of the PRA is also the chairman of the Board of Education, and I can give him a call next week and get some info.
Yeah, I mean, any information we can bring back to everybody to kind of get a general sense of what this is supposed to be
'Cause you
like.
And you want to be able to stand by your numbers as to how you came up with them.
Yeah.
And not that we just said, hey, let's put 20 here and 25 there, and you want to back them up. I'm trying to think of anything. Is there anything you guys need from me for next week? Because I'm on, only have a very small window to prepare it all.
Yes, fine, $200,000.
I could,
Simple request.
but unfortunately, that's you guys' decision.
I
guess-
tried, it's just that my numbers are only this big.
That's the hard part, because, you
That's
know,
what I'm saying, that I don't think any number is important. I think we have to look at all the numbers, and if we find 3,000 here and 2,000 here and,
Yeah.
you know, whatever, and.
and, you know, we say contractual obligations, which makes people think of just wages, but, I mean, electricity is a contract of itself, right? Propane is too, because you got to heat the building, you got to clean the building, you got to, there's so many things in order to just be a good steward you have to do. And then when it gets down to it, we have tight budgets, and there's not a whole lot where you can just find like, oh, we take this and balance.
I just want to verify with you or confirm that numbers for the ambulance, if I look at the ambulance calls and determine, you know, 68% of the
Right.
daytime firefighter EMT calls are ambulance Is that probably, I don't know if anybody sees another way of doing that other than that, I guess.
We'll still pay for it out of the same budget line, but it would be nice to just reflect where they're spending their time.
Okay.
And we could say firefighter, EMT, average or something, or allocation.
I imagine those numbers, even they have them, or the fire department has them, so, I mean, I'll get them, or Valley Shore might have them, maybe Valley Shore.
Well, they would have the count of the calls.
Right.
And those guys are they're busy. I mean, it's hopping.
They are.
Do you,
I'm going by my window. So I'll get those numbers just so that we can do that one.
do you want me to look at, well, the salary scenarios, what that does to the budget? Like adding the police officer?
Yes. How would you do that so it's easily deciphered? Is there a drop down that we could do?
What I would probably do is on the total sheet I gave you is just to put adjustments below before I start filtering it in and just say wages, benefits, so that you, until you commit to it, I don't want to touch all those different budgets. So just to pull it out on its own.
Right, okay.
Should we do that for any of the, should we do that for any of the personnel things that we said we wanted to go back and visit, just to see?
So you indicated,
You know, kind of just have,
Public
you know, here's what we're looking at personnel wise, these, you know, these are the needs we have, this is what the costs of those needs are, and, you know, it's a lot, I mean, you know, probably most of our budget is personnel,
Yep.
but, you know, we probably should have a clear understanding and justification that, why we're doing what we're doing, and maybe if we did that, I don't know if that sounds like a lot to me, but
So-
somebody who knows $39,271 in CD, so.
I
So-
can't even
Might
tell
not
you
be
if
a
you
lot.
repeated it correctly.
The first time I repeated, I did, and I was off.
so for police, I'll add a special section. Fire is more about the allocation initially, and then you have to determine if you want to increase it as requested. Public Works, I think it's more in how you,
Implement the position,
right, because I think
the money's there.
the money's, and if there's any adjustments, they're gonna be so minor, it won't matter. And Irene, you had talked about some type of longevity or something for years of service. If you could, you know, shoot me an email with your ideas of where you would want to incrementally do that and for who, I can give a little calculation on that as well.
I imagine it's pretty minimal, and it's only for, I don't know, is there 4 people there? I'll look, I'll find out.
And then I will follow up with Tim on the purchase professional services. We can see if revenues can be increased in the building department. Ask Steve to break out the refuse removal a little more and just give a little more color on the garage supplies. And then you were gonna check on
He's gone
cleaning.
until next week.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's out until a week from Monday,
28th,
and so.
okay.
I mean, I can go back and watch the YouTube too, and just,
Oh.
I see something
I
that
think-
Steve said.
and just try to go back to that one conversation where we asked them. I know we talked about it, and I want to say it had to do with the filters, just like you repeated. It had to do with the filters. It had to do with the blades. It had to do with
Everything
some
being just more expensive.
sort of
Yeah.
shelf stock, but it wasn't as much as we think it would be. That's all.
And then,
So he's gonna check that one, don't worry about it.
okay, and then you have a meeting for Wednesday.
What time, or do you want that meeting so I could post it properly?
I think the earlier the better.
We have session.
Oh,
On Wednesday, the 23rd?
Oh,
I think
no,
on the
that's
2nd.
the
yeah.
2nd. I'm sorry, I don't know why I keep losing next week.
I do too. Because,
Okay, good.
Because March is like rushing at us really. I've lost the
think so.
entire month of February, I think is the real problem.
and then maybe if you're all available on the following Monday if we need it, just to, because if you do a lot of activity, just to give me time, I don't like when I go across the hall and crunch everything in 10 minutes and come back over. I like to take my time with it. So, and I don't know if you're looking at next Saturday, but
holds on all of those days.
Hmm?
I have holds on all of those days for this.
Okay, so you're saying Wednesday?
The 23rd?
What time can you get here, though?
I probably could get here for 4:30. Just double. And my calendar is clear on Wednesday because I canceled an appointment to do it today.
So if you did 4:30 to say, is that too early for you?
Yeah, so I don't have to take another day off. Can I do it a little later? Like 5?
Yeah, that works for me.
You were trying to get somewhere for 7, but you said you could go late if you had to.
If I don't go, I don't go.
Okay, 5 o'clock.
And then just, do you want to put on, just back up either Saturday or the 28th, just to play it safe? Is there any, what are people's schedules like? Oh my God, Ash Wednesday's March 2nd. Yikes.
I think I'd prefer the Saturday, but
Saturday the 26th,
yeah.
I already have a 10 o'clock meeting. It's only gonna be an hour, maybe an hour and a half. And then I have a 2 o'clock, we have a military welcome home here in Moodus at 2 o'clock that day.
I mean, hopefully we. Oh. The thing, yeah, I was like, hopefully we only need 4 hours.
So I mean, I could do 11 to 2, 11 to
Right.
1:30, if we wanted to do that.
I mean, and part of it is we're gonna have to at some point be like, are we gonna do capital with just the 3 of us, or are we gonna do capital with the Board of Finance?
That's really what Wednesday's about? Or
That's just a decision
Uh,
we're gonna have to make at some point, is do we have the time to do, and like last year, I think we made a few capital decisions, but we deferred a lot of that conversation to the Board of Finance.
And it's really a good discussion between all of you, are like, are we bonding for this, or what are we? And I think, with chatting with Bill Lindsay, the municipal advisor, next week will help just to look at our debt capacity and things, but sometimes it just helps to have both boards have input on such a large budget. And not to do it twice.
Right.
And then I have the scorecard from the Building and Improvements Review by Long Range Capital Improvements. We can update that as well.
Yeah, they wanted, Board of Finance wanted the Board of Selectmen to score all the capital.
Well,
But-
they suggested that, but I think they could do it together.
Yeah.
I think they could do that together.
That's a job.
Yeah, and I can reach out to Tracy on that. It is. And some of it, though, when we did the capital policy, some things, you're going to do a public works truck every year. Do you need to score it? No. You really just, there's the stuff that's cycled. It's cycled. We do this every year. You look at it to see if you can improve upon it, but some of that's just the basic replenishment cycle, replacement cycle. And then there's things like a $2 million culvert that warrants some serious discussion.
And Lauren's discussion that, like, to Cindy's point, you kind of need bond counsel, or not, the financial advisor to kind of give us
And
a
board.
sense of, it would make sense to do a short-term loan for this, or a
Or not, or
bond
yeah.
out for this, or, yeah. And that's beyond what we're capable of doing in the next week.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But how do we go back, like I've said this to both of you before, how do we, again, I think in the past it's always been, you look at 2 million for a road, but we just keep kicking that can
Exactly.
down the road, and it just keeps getting more expensive and so forth. So if you could help walk me through how do we get there? Is there a way to, again, in my world, if I have a truck on my capital waiting list, I just keep pushing that off because that truck's still running. It's still, it may not be the best and it may not be the fanciest, but, you know, I've done that 5 years in a row where
Yeah.
somebody else has a bigger priority than I do. And they need the money more than I do. So I just keep kicking my side and pushing it. Is there a way to do that?
We do that. We do that. So say, I'm just gonna say a cruiser, and we thought we were gonna replace the cruiser this year, and we look at it and we go, well, there wasn't a lot of miles this year, because we're down an officer.
Right.
We didn't put 20,000, whatever the number could be. We push it out. You know, or well, this cruiser keeps acting up, we weren't gonna replace it, but it needs to be accelerated. So it can go either way.
Well, like we talked about the mower, right? We talked
Yeah.
about a mower, and he's getting a mower through Little League, and he's putting money into this one particular mower of the mower maintenance fee. There's several mowers, but one in particular is spending a lot of money, so we're saying, well, maybe we don't get that one, we're getting the other one, so we can take that money out of the maintenance budget there, so. And that's, obviously, that would change from year to year, you know, with equipment.
One of the goals of the Board of Finance and with this long-range capital improvement committee was to start leveling all this off, and then there was COVID and we didn't get there. But I can give you guys a capital list, look at what's changed year over year, and then we can do a greater, I think a greater review with Board of Finance is helpful. But their ultimate goal is to get to the point where we say, we spend 1.2 million a year on capital, period. That's their ultimate goal, but it's still in the fine-tuning stages. But that is their ultimate end game.
So, just another thing that, and I've only learned this going through the capital improvement meetings, is that one of the things they need to do is they need to replace the ceiling tiles in the schools, and rather than buying the entire school's tiles, they're buying set amount, and they're putting in set amount every year, so that they're doing this classroom and this classroom, and the next year they'll do the next classroom, next classroom. So they are, to Cindy's point, leveling out this capital expenditures over the long haul, doing piece by piece by piece. So rather than kicking it down, saying we can't afford to buy all those tiles, they're saying, no, we are gonna buy a tile, we're gonna buy 5% of them, and each year we're doing 5%. And some of the stuff we can buy and do, some of the stuff we put it here, because when we get all that money, just like, you know, a responsible budget at home is, you don't buy on credit, you save up and you buy.
Didn't that how we
Or
bought
this
the
with this-
Ventrac too? You know, like the Ventrac over 3 years.
We actually leased that for lease to own. But one of the things too, the Board of Finance spent a lot of time on last year was infrastructure, because they felt we had been delaying way too much. And that was one of the big hits in the budget. So just trying to layer all that. But some of these culverts, and we're not fans of debt, but it might take a short-term debt, or with all this money coming at us, maybe if we get ourselves poised, we can take advantage of it.
Right.
But yeah, that's
So
that's
that's what, the financial planner, what is it?
our municipal advisor.
Municipal advisor would say, you have a debt policy that says that you are comfortable with this amount of debt. You don't want to kick down this culvert project for X, Y, and Z years. It would make sense to, instead of what you've been doing, saving for big, large capital items, to bond this one. And this is how much it'll cost you over the long run of that project when you, but, yeah.
Again, I look at
Yeah.
the equipment as being easy.
Yeah.
That's easy thing
No,
for me. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you just talked about mowers and so forth. That's absolutely operating versus
Right.
That's
capital.
why I talked
and-
about it, because they're easy. I don't
No,
talk about
it just,
complicated
like, that makes sense.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
you
yeah.
can see, like you say, in
Yeah.
your home even, you do that. But when it comes to projects and operationally how I do it, especially with the roads, because there's so many methodologies out there. How do we lengthen the
Shelf life of a road.
The shelf life of a road, exactly. So
And some of the things in working with Bill that we can do, so for example, today the citizens voted to do a project. We're not bonding for that for 2 to 3 years. So there may be some short-term carrying costs, but to look and say, well, if we did this culvert in '24, or budgeted for it, by the time we did it in other projects, we'd be retiring other debt. So that's, I mean, I can look at it and project it, but Bill is far better equipped. He's got, that's what he does, so that he can look to help us try to achieve our goals. And the Board of Finance policy says that, you know, it is the goal to have this amount of debt. They have the latitude to exceed it, maybe for a short term or for a specific purpose. And if you're communicating it to the citizens appropriately, it could help, but yeah, ultimately they want to get to flat funding. But that's why there's been such a push on capital in the past few years, to also learn what people need, because people weren't telling us what they needed because they said, well, I'll never get it anyways. And then all of a sudden they need it because they didn't tell us and no one knew about it. And now we got to figure out how to take care of it. And there was a lot of that, unfortunately.
I understand when you delay the bridges, there's like 5 more
Yeah.
in the queue that are also rated poor. So if you don't do the first
Got
2,
another notice for another one.
and then it starts backing up on it. We had like 5 to 7 that,
And they just re-inspected the swing bridge, and they're gonna have to put a weight load on it, weight limit. So, yeah.
But Mark Bowden indicated if we wanted help in understanding these grants and what we have that might be eligible, he could send people out. And he made note of a recent hire, who's a super guy, Steve Nocera. And so even if we could request to Steve Nocera or Mark Bowden, someone else on that team, to come down and say,
They're coming
they are coming.
Friday, next Friday.
Cool, Steve?
No, Mark.
Mark? Cool.
We're gonna meet with him, Haddam, Chester, Deep River, Cogs, Middlesex Chamber.
Perfect,
Having
because,
lunch and everything.
perfect. Mark's great.
Yeah, he really is.
He's great. To learn what, so is this culvert eligible? And if it is, let's start teeing up our paperwork and getting ready to go.
Yeah.
Because we heard, don't wait.
Right.
Dust off
Kind of
your,
wanted to have it on a more regional basis so that it would just kind of create more noticing, so to speak.
Mhm.
So that's why we've got multiple teams and multiple towns, and then Cogs and Middlesex Chamber to
That's good,
back up the regional.
good.
Yeah.
But they sound like they're ready to go. And we got $6 billion coming to Connecticut.
That has to happen over the next 5 years too, which is
Yeah,
it's a lot of.
a lot of money
work.
in a very short, and the tough part is going to be inflation and the availability of materials. That's going to
Which
be,
is posing problems now, with trying, like, Russ Melmid, they've been given monies that they can't spend fast enough because they have a window to spend that money, so that when you're given money, but then with all these parameters, that's why lost revenue scares me a little bit, because all of a sudden it's just like a windfall and you can't, so.
no, I agree, but
And we have until December 2025 to have extended ARPA.
4, I think. I think it's 4, but I'll double check. There are so many grants.
I know, I'm not sure either.
I think it's 24, but that might be,
I think it might need to be allocated by 24 and expended
Okay.
by, but again.
but we need to look at that because every grant has a different requirement window.
Yep.
I was just glad to get our CRF done, but
And some of them, they're really not even funded yet they're putting end dates out, and there's not even really.
there's no money there. Yeah, I know.
Which is kind of,
And to your point, it's kind of weird that we have to jump through hoops for 100 grand, but yet we can take 2.6 and go, whatever.
lost revenue. Well, what does that mean, really? And it's just it's too empty, too open-ended for me to,
Agreed. Well,
it's a lot of stewardship unwatched. Especially because what you had to do for $1,700.
for that other one, yeah.
Well, did you see? Now there's other people involved, 3 more arrests in that, and a lot more money.
It was on the news last night, right?
Mm-hmm.
140,000 bill or something like that, yeah.
same town? Same town?
Mm-hmm.
Was that a de minimis
His
thing
wife
about
and
the-
2 other people.
I think so.
And we're not talking
She billed-
300,000, we're talking like 2 million, 1 million?
Well, they went to the casino. They hired a marching band for their Memorial Day parade with the ARPA
to a building they don't have. Right, it was 140,000, it was interesting.
But they reelected
How
the
do you
mayor.
think you're not gonna get caught?
I have no idea. I mean, some of that stuff that they were listing off that they had done, it was like to your point, like to a building they don't even have. They're cleaning a building they don't have.
It's the epitome of optimistic.
One way of putting it.
That
That's,
would
you
be-
Catch
know,
it or someone
lost
turned
revenue.
them
That's why I'm like, you know,
Did they catch them or did somebody turn them in?
oh, no, oh, I don't know how.
Mhm.
I think
10 million.
I think-
De minimis to me.
it started unraveling when they found the first set of monies
Oh.
through the guy in town, because he was, what was his title?
He was assistant
Working in town hall, like assistant to the town
council.
council. So they found that piece, and as they're unraveling it, you know, the string is getting longer.
And he was a
Sweater's
state
going
rep.
away. Say what?
And he was a state rep.
Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
state rep. So, yeah, not good
And that's why we all had to jump through hoops for our stuff.
for our $1,700.
Well, no, in the 100,000 too.
Oh, yeah.
But yet we, again, in 2.6, we could do whatever.
Yeah, like I said.
It doesn't have any rhyme or reason to it. All right, so Wednesday,
So Wednesday.
5 p.m.
Thanks, everybody. Any comment, any public comment?
we can shut the
We
camera off.
Before we adjourn, before you.
Public
formally
comment, nothing?
adjourn.
Thank you for being here today.
Nothing,
Nothing?
no.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Great.